Gabby, how does that make you feel?
Oh, I feel moisturized.
That's what it does.
Being a Mandalorian's not just learning about how to fight. The creed is how we...
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, let's do this. One down, two to go.
Searching for music for your next video? Then you need to check out our list.
I've got something to say.
There's nothing you could say to me now that I would ever believe.
Are you scared of fighting Dad?
Not if we were together. Should we do the thing that people do? Well, they...
All right, and welcome back to Buy the Dice for our weekly installment of tabletop gaming in whatever form it is. This week is running on Pathfinder because it's a little special. But we'll get into that in a little bit. Announcements.
Yes. continuing gratitude to Reptiles for their ongoing sponsorship of printer paper and ink, and now printer parts.
Yeah.
To keep the character sheets flowing and information saved. Reptiles does great work rescuing various reptiles in the Eugene Springfield area and finding them their forever homes.
And a special thanks to Rare Earth Organics in Eugene for providing the old Toby. You can come in and see us at 2880 Elmira Road, Suite B in Eugene. And we got great old Toby for great prices. 21 or over, please.
And we wanted to thank you, our longtime viewers. Last week we had sound issues during my game. We noticed them right away. We have worked on fixing that issue this week. So any issues like that you guys hear when you're watching the stream, leave a comment. It's really helpful. We wind up kind of reviewing the streams afterwards pretty haphazardly, and sometimes we catch stuff and sometimes we don't. So your continued feedback helps our continued efforts to try to improve things like camera angles, sound quality, and the stream in general. So please like, share, subscribe, leave your comments, leave your feedback. We love you guys. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you to Fesliyan Studios this evening for music. The link to their site is in the description, as well as the link to Rare Earth's directions on Weed Maps. So, with that being that, let's get on with tonight's festivities, shall we?
Absolutely.
So, every year in the Faerylt, the part of the fairy realms that are connected to Nox Vitalia, on a very full moon night, in the Ides of March, the Leprechaun King holds his ball. It's well known to all Fae kind, and only those that he decides upon ever seem to receive invitation. The rules are quite simple. Everyone is given the courtesy of being allowed a couple of their servants to join them. Their best and their brightest, 2 to 3 at most. Those 2 to 3 servants are allowed to aid them in whatever way. And everyone knows that it is something special if you're the one who comes away with the crown. For the last 3,000 years, the Leprechaun King has held this ball, and for the last 3,000 years, hopeful fairies have attended. Though he does seem more inclined to invite those of a smaller statured, sprightly nature, being a leprechaun himself and a bit short. You will see far fewer satyrs here, but quite a many different types of sprite, nixie, a few dryads or nymphs, brownies, and whatnot. For all are welcome at the Leprechaun's Ball. And with that, we open. Each of you has been traveling from your individual fens. The fairy realms have been gifted to you a portion and tract of, one could call it land, though it is shaped by your will. You have each traveled for approximately a day, and now it is roughly the earliest parts of sunset, you know, when the very bottom tip of the sun just starts touching the horizon line and turning things colors, that's about when you're arriving. Each in a carriage, and each escorted out separately. Each guest is kept separate, but for their entourage, as it were. Before we started game tonight, everybody rolled initiative. That is the order that you will be announced. Those of you who rolled high, you get to go first.
Right.
Those of you who rolled who rolled low, in at least one case, narratively speaking, that worked out gloriously.
Okay.
You see what I mean now. But each of you will be kept separate, save those you've brought with you. And Bruce, you have, as does everybody else, 2 people.
Okay. I would just have the one though.
We'll discuss number
okay.
2 in a moment.
Okay.
And with that, and the sun's starting to set, each of your carriages shows you a magical view, basically popping up in front of you like a magical window, basically, of the castle that you're coming up on. Not one carriage, so that you can't define by the carriage make who is in what. And you all were required to arrive by carriage, even though every last one of you can fly. They didn't want to make the guests who can't fly feel uncomfortable.
Of course.
Makes perfect sense.
Put everybody on an equal footing.
Also, carriages are very cool.
That too. And what you see in this window is a beautiful white stone castle of at least 20 parapets. Each of them thin spires that almost look like needles in the sunset sky. They shimmer strangely, though. And as you look, it seems like it almost zooms in. And the mortar itself appears to be made of purest of gold. There is a drawbridge over what appears to be a moat that you cannot see what's in there. And the smells of a fine feast roam through the air. Suckling pigs, stewed corned beef, cabbage, and potatoes. Roasted carrots, and all the finest things that one would expect of a noble's grand feast at a ball. As each carriage stops, you hear the locks to yours, and your carriage all click shut. On the other hand, and you can hear all of this in the proceedings, the mirror that you're looking at shifts so that you are now looking at the entryway to a grand ballroom. The ceilings are at least 50 fairies high. Vaulted and painted in glorious decorum of everything, of things that would make the walls of the Sistine Chapel blush. Everybody talks about the ceiling. The walls are all the miscellaneous pagan frivolities of the time, painted in very...
Lurid detail?
Yes, that would be a nice word for it, thank you. Lurid details. It's actually quite beautifully done, just as well as the rest of it, only Michelangelo could see the part better when he painted that part. Anyway, enough of the history lesson. So, the entirety of the place is painted like this. And some of the images seem to move a little. and a very small puck. Little goat man. Like a satyr who is dwarfed in size, but no dwarfism. Comes forth wearing a tabard of bright green with a knot-worked shamrock across the front of it.
Ooh, pretty.
He's wearing a fine silken cap that hangs down with a platinum bell on the end. The blast of a trumpet goes through, and he pipes up most happily, taking a sip from his flask. His Royal Majesty, Dracon Ario, King of Draxia in the Valley of Draxel. And you are ushered from your carriage. And what do they see on their monitors, and what do the guests see as you enter this glorious room with chairs and seats and tables?
So you see a Draxi with kind of like a tunic, but it's a blacker colored tunic, darker colored.
Okay.
Just a simple robe tunic, but looks very noble with like gold stitching and very just looks elegant.
Any kind of pattern?
No specific pattern. He has his family crest on there, but it's just a very simple dragon kind of crest because he is a Draxi.
Okay. So he's just got a nice little crest emblazoned onto a very simple robe.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's black with gold stitching and just looks more elegant than the people around him. They're also dressed very nice, but he just has... It just looks a little nicer than everybody else that he's with.
Okay, and about how many people does he have with him?
He has 2 other people with him. He has his servant or first hand.
Okay, so he's got like a gentleman's gentleman.
Yeah. And then he's got his almost kind of like assistant to help run the kingdom.
Okay, and his chief advisor with him.
Yeah, my chief advisor. They're dressed in similar outfits. Just the material's not quite as nice. It doesn't look as nice and feel as nice, but it's very similarly designed.
So it's more common fabric versus fine silks and stuff.
Yes, but very similarly designed to what I am wearing.
And as you go down the stairs, a attendant will, "Good evening, sir, and your servants will be close at hand. We'll have them standing back about 10 feet or so. They should be able to hear just fine from there. Right this way to your seats." And he ushers you off to a table.
And I follow.
The latch on your carriage pops open.
Okay.
The screen goes back to the stairs as you watch this gentleman be ushered in. And you hear the following. "Lord Bruce Fang, protector of the realms of Unimahina Glow. Master of Unimahina Glow, excuse me. I apologize. I should probably drink more."
From inside, my little bit chill.
And you are ushered through the doors, and what do we see?
As far as I go personally,
Yes, how do you look? What are you wearing?
I'm gonna be wearing.
How is your hair done?
Well, I'm a. I want to say it's called Niketa. It's a bat-like creature. So I would be a bat. I'm going to be wearing a black tuxedo with some red, like dark red, blood red trim. I'm going to be wearing a dark purple trench coat, like a duster. It's going to have, I want to say like a goldish, kind of like white, but gold, like the best way to describe it would be like silver. But it's going to have like silver Celtic knots being the outside trim of the trench coat as it goes down along the edge of the collar all the way to the ground. I'm going to be wearing a top hat with same thing, like a deep purple top hat with the same silver trim, Celtic knots going around the top hat.
Got it. And so you dressed to the nines for the occasion.
Oh, definitely.
And what is Jeeves wearing?
Jeeves is kind of like my bodyguard slash friend. I would say Jeeves would probably be wearing a... Judging by how Jeeves would like to dress on it normally, it would be a black with like a gray trim, like a dark gray trim along the edge of his suit. He would be wearing a tie. He basically looks like, essentially you would think of him as a hitman if you were to see him. But he's also a bat-like creature.
Okay. Perfect. Now, as you're getting ready to move forward, and you're pretty sure Jeeves is the only person there, you hear a little bit of a commotion behind you.
Okay.
And a set of 3 pucks comes through the door with a muddled mess that you recognize to be your charge.
Okay.
Hence, 2. She's like,
sorry.
She's like, they look at you and say, "My lord, we believe we found this stowed away in your carriage. It's all right."
You can move the gate if you need to.
And the young lady says that you know her.
Yes.
So, would you be so kind as to tell us who she is? It's literally your charge, the girl you're supposed to look after.
Yeah.
So she just pipes up, I'm the princess of his realm. And I am suddenly drawing a blank on her name. Somebody help.
Symphony.
I am Princess Symphony. This is my guardian. I go where I please. And suddenly you regret how much that you have taught her, or she has picked up from you, as it were. Because she managed to get all the way past you without you noticing.
That would have been taught.
Exactly. Like, she managed to stow away in your carriage the whole way here.
Yeah, if it was that skillful, it would have been taught.
Oh, I rolled for it when nobody was looking. Don't worry, it happened like that. And she said, I want to help him win. And you are again ushered to a table next to a gentleman with similar wings to your own, only they seem more clawed and slightly scaly. Looks a little bit more draconic in feature and has that weird shimmer to his scales.
Okay. Because of my character, would I be able to pick up on anything in the room that stands out? Anything out of the ordinary?
Go ahead and roll a perception, and we'll see how much of the out of the ordinary you notice. It's the Leprechaun King's ball. easy. I couldn't help but throw into the mix as a monkey wrench.
49.
49? Okay. So, the images on the wall are indeed somewhat animated. They just move very slowly, but they are totally following through on all the actions.
Okay.
You've pretty much decided that it's not a trick of the eye. You've noticed that nobody here in the entire building is over 3 feet tall.
Alright.
Not a single soul, which is universally odd in the grander scheme of the world.
Yeah.
You would notice that all the chairs, all the seats seem to be arranged slightly based on the size of the people who are supposed to occupy them.
Okay.
And that you were not the first ones announced.
Yeah.
You would also notice that the chair directly across from you is slightly larger than all the others.
Okay.
Beyond that, it really just looks like an overly lavish party for a bunch of royals.
Okay.
And you are now sitting next to a man with dragon scales.
Okay.
And
So-
we pan back to the stairs. Lady Galaxy Bellflower, 9th in the Briar Dust Empire of Rose Clover. And the door and the latch to your carriage flicks open, and you are escorted through the doors. And what do we see?
So you see a 2 1/4 foot tall pixie come out. She is wearing a purple flower petal tunic that wraps over one of her shoulders, and her skirt goes down into a green bottom. There's a little bit of a trail. The plant it looks like a fern and ivy. There's like little tiny flowers blossoming around the trail of her tunic.
Take your time, I need coffee.
Gotcha. And from there, she has her hair all done up in this beautiful like braids and twists, all stuck with flowers. Beautiful springtime flowers. She's got a little crown of daisies. She's wearing over her shoulders a shawl of spider silk that has been woven to look like beautiful flowery lace patterns. And she exits I hate that word.
Yeah.
Exits the carriage with her Malexi handmaiden, Ginger Shiny Bug.
You were only allowed 2 to 3.
Yes, gotcha.
Just making sure.
Yes. She exits with Ginger Shiny Bug, and she's got little bumblebee-like features. Also wearing a similar dress, not as fancy. And then I exit with my Nectera bodyguard, Two-Trek Benelin. And he's kind of dressed in just like armor. He's my security guard, and Ginger Shiny Bug is just my little handmaiden to carry anything that I might be given as gifts. She's kind of like my purse.
Got it.
Yeah.
Perfect. And you're escorted down the stairs through the doors, and you're sat directly across from a bat in a very ornate cut tuxedo.
Lord Fang, it's lovely to see you again.
Lovely to see you again, too.
I did not expect you to be here.
Oddly enough, I got an invite.
It's a pleasure to be here. This is beautiful festivities as I sit down and greet my friend.
And as the small talk commences, we flit ourselves back to the top of the staircase and to our lovely semi-drunken caller for the evening. Queen Monarch Axria Flitwing, 8th of her name, First, in the soil, protector of the watersheds, Lady of the Marigolds.
As my name is called.
What do we see?
As my name is called, a standard-looking monarch butterfly, a luna moth, and a pair of honeybees rise to the point and take their shape. And as her dress falls, you can see fine woven silks and bits of plant. It almost looks like those have to be real marigold petals, because they look like they could tear at any moment. Fall around my feet and around my shoulders, dancing back in delicately sewn vines down my back and around my waist. And the rest of my dress is black, just in like the standard striping pattern. And as my wings unfurl, the spot where monarch butterflies normally have the false eye on the bottom of their wing is actually a marigold pattern. Thus the moniker Lady of the Marigolds. And likewise, I have some marigold petals around my eyes, a little bit of makeup on, and beside me are my my right-hand woman, a Luna Moth, Malexi, who takes her shape and is in beautiful light green and blue effervescent dress. She takes her place right next to me. Then one of my honeybee guards just steps off, not actually accompanying me, just kind of there. The other two, Greer Corseflight and Alexi Stunglight, take their shape, and they go from honeybees to looking like the most standard soldiers you've ever seen. But they are the top two in my guard, and they are my best and brightest.
Okay. So, as
we sit down, I ask, can I have one more person join me, and that is my head guard? That is the one person I forgot to get.
yes, we can have that happen. We'll say that they were also put to stand back about 10 feet away from you. All of you are pretty much left to your own devices at this table, and just outside of the range of Healthy.
I'm gonna be proper and take my hat off.
So,
What?
as you're seated, there is one spot left. As you sit down, there's a spot left between you and you. And the monitor blinks out. As, considering your nature, you were the last one to respond to their invitation. It took forever to find you to deliver it. You were the last to arrive. And we hear the following. Her Radiant Highness, Queen of the Moss-Fen Glades, Mistress of the Starry Lakes, Singer of Peace, and Lady of the Twilight Forests, Queen Lyria Moonshadow. And the latch again comes unlocked on your particular carriage, and you are led into the castle and through a set of doors. And what do we see?
You see a very tiny luminous sprite. She's about 1.9
So
tiny, yes. She's actually rather sharply dressed in a cute little top hat, darling high-heeled boots, absolutely the most modern fashion of the seasons. She looks like she might have stepped right out of a Parisian cafe. She's carrying a little parasol that looks like it's made basically of dewdrops strung across spider web, which she does as she enters the building take down, sort of uses a little cane, and her wings flutter behind her. She has these, they almost look like moonstone very, very delicate little sort of lunar moth wings flitting behind her. She just kind of sparkles like starlight as she walks in, and she looks delightedly everywhere, and she sees her spot. And just as she's being led to her chair, she turns around and she whistles. And little Corgi has magically unhooked himself from my carriage and come and followed me in. Behave.
The Corgi fits inside, and you notice that as you have no one else with you, she has apparently decided to arrive to the ball stag. Even the gentlemen in the room brought their handmen, as it were.
I noticed this as I was walking up to the table. I was like, oh.
But it does appear that a couple of younger-looking leprechaun have brought back a relatively nice dog bed and a bowl and fruit dish. And it's like, and the king just kind of and laughs. And as you all take your seats, you being truly the smallest at the table, I believe. Sitting, I mean, how tall are you?
I'm on the taller side, at closer to 3 feet.
So, you're both about 3 feet tall.
I'm like 2'9" or something like that.
Yeah, like most of you are about 3 feet tall, so about the same height. Except for the two of you. And you are the shortest. And your chair and your plateware and everything actually seems to have been sized to you. And your chair has even been raised enough so that you are sitting at an equal level that's comfortable at the table. It's quite odd, but it's obviously...
Very magic.
Exactly. It's a spot that was meant for you.
It's okay, you're only shorter by like a quarter inch.
And the rest of you quite literally are 2 foot taller. Or 1 to 2 feet taller, so yeah. And as you all sit down and look around and everything suddenly makes sense, you hear all the clinking of glasses stop. His Royal Majesty, the King of the Leprechauns.
I'm gonna stand with her in solidarity as like an honor for the king coming in.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna stand,
but I'm not gonna act it out.
Oh.
Do as you like. I appreciate it, actually.
I'm gonna take my hat off. Well, I've already taken my hat off, so I'm gonna stand.
Pathfinder system. I have ways to bribe players to play act. They're called hero points. Want to change your fortunes? So, you have an extra 4, by the way. I did roll that for you like I did for you and everybody else.
While they were gone, he rolled extra hero points for us. You have 1
I rolled a
plus 4.
d6 for everybody,
okay.
and I rolled it as a GM so that everybody was given it
1
off of the
plus
same
3,
d6
so
randomly.
You have 4 hero points on your sheet right now.
Oh.
Not to say you can't earn them throughout the night.
Right on.
So just so you had any hero points just right for it.
In terms of fate.
Yep, that's how we play.
I'm
So,
gonna cast a gust of
as you all
wind,
look,
so it's my
this
fate.
this relatively, it's actually about 4 foot tall.
Oh shit.
Not really portly, but barrel-chested. Leprechaun stands in place of where you would normally expect the cliche, you've seen it in all the humans' folklore books, picture of the hat. He wears a crown of the finest gold and emeralds. It's what you would expect of a Henry VIII type billowed velveteen crown and everything in his particular case.
Oh, pretty.
Fairies, pucks, sprites, and nix, I welcome you all to partake in me tricks. Now come on ye gather, and listen ye all, for I shall tell you what this night shall befall. Some of you know nothing, yet others a game. A secret was given, no two are the same. Yet you need all of them, 5 in total the score, to bring me what I wish, and the belle's crown is yours. And it is of fine gold, and emerald so dear, and I offer it to you each, for you've earned your place here. And he picks it up and he dangles it in front of you so you can see the gems glistening to the crowd. So come play my game, find out what you can, trick who you must, and steal or be damned. For the crown is with you on this night above all, for if you win it, you're the belle of the Leprechaun's ball. He replaces his crown. He says, so, with that, I bid our feast begin. And a grand table is brought forth. And from it, you can see all manner of roast, exotic, fey kind, like fairy realm animals. You can see every kind of fruit you could imagine. Honeys, liqueurs, fine dining, drink.
I propose a toast to the king of the leprechauns. Let the games begin. Sunday.
Now my players suddenly understand exactly what everything I handed them is.
Oh, I think that's
something I need to get from everybody
Schlunch.
else.
Sluncha.
My pronunciation's terrible too, so don't feel bad. And he looks, and with that, each of, in your case, Jeeves, and each of your primary, except in your case, because the dog's not allowed to go get food, your primary handmaid walks up to you, and we'll go in the same order we started with. And your right hand, your primary servants. So what would you like me to retrieve for you, sir? And keep, if you can imagine it, it's at this banquet, so just, what would be the perfect thing for your particular character to eat at this ball?
Meh.
I would like some lamb with just a biscuit, some honey, and some vegetables.
What kind of vegetables, Lord?
Some stewed carrots and celery and broccoli.
Right. Will do. You notice that other servants are also doing this, and he hurries off, and the next would be you. So what do you have Jeeves go get you?
I actually have Jeeves go get food for the princess first, which would be like a lemon pepper salmon, with some like asparagus and carrots on the side.
And he motions to. He goes off and he gets that. And what would he know to bring back for you?
For me, it would be more like a honeysuckle and like a dew with a vanilla, like a vanilla apple crisp, like Fuji apple crisp.
Okay, so you'd want like a nice sweet
little,
fruit,
like, sweet
like
fruits,
fruit
yeah.
bat type deal. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay. And what are you having your handmaiden bring
me swallow. It's rude to talk with your mouth full. I'm going to have my cute little bumblebee malaxy ginger shiny bug bring me a nice little bowl of mixed berries, some beautiful leafy greens, maybe some nuts, and if there's any bugs, maybe some like little crunchy crickets or something, itty bitties. Just basic things that you would get in the wild, and mostly fruits and veggies, all fresh.
Just bring us out there. You're totally gonna watch her munch crickets. And they scurry off to go get you exactly what you ordered. I'm not going to remember that order. It's on your plate, basically. And your servant, your handmaiden, does the same thing for you.
Corlin runs off and also loads my plate full of crickets. Monarchs are carnivorous to a degree. Crickets, and then elderflowers, honeysuckles, various little flowers and whatnot with their associated little bits of nectar, and just a couple of smaller biscuits with a swing honey on it. The red rooibos honey.
Got it.
A wonderful choice in meal.
Thank you, and good call.
These roasted crickets are just so well done. The smoky flavor is perfect.
They just give something to the rest of the meal.
Yes. And have you tried the strawberry pieces?
At least
yet?
some chips to snack on.
Strawberry.
And I assume it's down to me.
Yes. Now, as it comes up to you, as you arrived with your mount, a very young, you think she's just a very short nymph.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously a water nymph. It's like, what could I get? Walks up behind you, and she's very nervous. What can I get for you, madam?
Oh, right, of course, the feast. I would like some roast herb turkey, smothered in gravy, bitter cranberry sauce, some potatoes all mashed and seasoned, buttered to perfection, smothered in gravy, of course, some stuffing if you have it. Also, let's see, a little bit of corn would be nice. Do you have anything like a green bean casserole, perhaps?
Oh, not to interrupt, but they have this wonderful thing His Majesty found traipsing around the material world, messing with the mortals. It's called a shepherd's pie. Have you ever tried it?
Oh, that does sound lovely. So
Have you had a pie? Have you ever had it?
No.
You know what a shepherd's pie is.
I do.
Oh, so well, it's quite filling, but it has all the things that you were talking about. Ish. I mean, in one pie with the potatoes all seasoned like as a crust.
Oh, that does sound lovely. All right, and make sure that there's cranberry sauce, and then also for dessert, I would like a walnut blackberry cheesecake. Perhaps with a little honey.
And would you like me to bring it to you all at once or in courses, madam?
All at once would be fine. I don't want to make you work all night, darling. It'll
But
take
the-
forever to eat.
But that's what they're paying me to.
Well, then this way you get paid just in case I need something, and you can kick your feet up because I won't. You know, I absolutely stand a woman who knows exactly what she wants on her plate.
She looks at you. And goes, yes, milady. Thank you, milady.
Oh,
yes.
one more thing, darling.
Yes, milady.
Some honey wine, blackberry honey wine.
So, and the Black Mary mead. Got it. And she scurries off. And as you all wait on your food, each of you, as plot had to happen, so each of them are definitely a participant in the game, is brought back to the King's words at the beginning. And the fact that on your person, each and every one, there is something that arrived with your invitation. And wherever you put it, that would be your clue, your part of the instructions on how to get the king what he wants. You have until sunrise, it now being just at about midway through the sun. The sun is about halfway down the horizon line now, so only half of it's above the horizon. So it just being the equivalent to actual twilight in the land of twilight. You can see the full moon starting to glisten down through the skylight, casting moon-shaped crescents all along the entire room, as if the glass was shaped specifically to cause this particular fractal pattern to decorate everything. The band strikes up, playing a nice, soft Celtic tune. A mournful bagpipe piece. And you're all left to your thoughts and the table.
Darling, it's so good to see you.
It is so good to see you. My lords and ladies, may I propose a toast? Let the games begin. All right.
I'm more conservative,
So-
though. I shouldn't have.
I have not seen you since just shortly after your coronation. Did they finally strap you to a husband?
No. I have
Oh,
my darling.
you go, girl.
I actually
Me
have
neither.
my lovely consort Lapis as my consort.
A what?
I have Lapis as my consort. You remember Lapis Bumbledrop? The girl that was always hanging out with us.
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah. I did away with that rule once I become queen. And I was like, I'm just gonna do what I want and love who I want. They're not gonna make me marry a man.
They keep telling me I'm sovereign, and then they keep telling me I have to marry a man. It's the oddest thing. Either I'm sovereign or I'm not. Wouldn't you think?
Strange the way the courts want it ran.
Remember, all of this is going on at the table with you
Yeah.
all. You're welcome to pipe in at any point.
Lapis is here. She's just out and about somewhere else.
I don't really know anybody. I just know that we have an alliance for trading, like
I know, and I totally forgot your name, and I wanted to start a conversation with you. And
Draxon.
Draxon? Okay. I was gonna start a conversation with you when I first came up, but I forgot your name.
Draxon, where have I heard your name before? You're known for something. You must forgive me. I smoke far too much Toby. It's true.
Darling, he's at the negotiation of the Dragonfire Road that I told you about, the trade treaty.
Oh.
Mhm.
Yes, that's him.
And my chief trade is Toby. So you might know me for my old
You
Toby.
probably do know him for his
the
trade item.
founder of the feast, my darling. Why didn't you introduce us sooner?
Well, between negotiations and different courts, and you know how it is. We were never in the same place at the same time.
Yeah, we
Running a
just
kingdom
know.
is terribly busy work.
Yes, it is.
It makes you
Join
almost
in.
wonder why
Join
we're even
in.
in competition for yet another crown.
Stop
doesn't
coming
it?
to join us. Oh. rip those glasses off your face and make you join us.
Only that expensive.
Don't put your hater shades on.
Well, this will be my first invitation to something like this. I'd say it's the first time I've been outside of my fen.
Oh my, I have been, I mean, the invitation wasn't for me, but when I was a maid, I came once before as a valet to another queen.
I came once before when I was a kid, years and years and years ago, with my predecessor.
You have not been
I'm
in power long
exterior
enough to
wing.
have come before.
Okay.
So this is my second.
Ace Wing Fen.
You said Alexi?
Exeria. Flitwing.
Exeria. What a beautiful name. I'm Lyria.
Thank you. Yes, I'm queen of the Ace Wing Malexi.
Amazing. All the Finns gathered together? I never thought this would be me, truth be told.
I completely agree. I didn't think all of us would ever be together in one spot.
Right.
Does anyone else here know what they did to get the invitation?
Mm-hmm.
Quite honestly, I'm baffled by it.
My people try to
Same.
live sight unseen, so I haven't the slightest idea why he'd want my attention.
Yeah, well, Growing Raven popped up out of nowhere and delivered the message. One let you tip, wouldn't deliver it to anybody but you.
I recall. I was in butterfly form when it happened.
Oops. What about you, Bruce? Any ideas to why what you did to get yourself ordered in here?
I don't know. Other than like everybody else here, I wasn't noble by birth.
No, you guard a princess, correct?
No, I don't really guard her. She, nobility was gifted upon me by her father. So I watch over, protect her, teach her a few trades. She teaches me how to be noble and so on and so forth.
Oh, how lovely.
Interesting.
So until she becomes of age, I control all of the affairs, all of the assets, and I take care of it.
I've heard rumor of your stewardship. It is said that you are a man of integrity and honor.
Thank you.
It is good to keep your company this night. I am cheerfully munching away at my turkey, mashed potato, celery, stuffing, cranberry, green bean.
She comes back
Shepherd corn,
with the
shepherd's
second
pie.
trip, with the shepherd's pie alone, and it is a human-sized shepherd's pie.
Oh my god. Oh dear. This is going to take.
Oh, I'll take a slice of that off your plate.
Please do.
It's a full-size shepherd's pie, and you all are pixie-sized, so shepherd's pie.
Yeah, shepherd's pie.
Indeed, we must finish
And
the shepherd's
all foods
pie.
were brought back in human-sized portions.
So the lamb leg that I'm eating is like the size of my body.
It's a lamb shank, yeah. What you ordered is what you got. Fairies are notorious for having amazing appetites.
Yes.
All that flaying about. Burns
Let
calories.
me
let
stick
us
my
drink,
hand
let us
in
be
and
merry.
scoop out a large portion.
Excuse me, can I get one more
dump it in
thing?
front of myself.
Can I get a round of your finest meat for the table? Hopefully in smaller glasses than human size.
It only comes in pints.
Well, you guys want a
Yeah.
pint?
Reach into my bag and pull out human-sized shot glasses and pass them around.
Is that my Pepsi?
Well, at least we'll be able to push
Yeah,
out a couple
hopefully we will
pints.
with this.
Okay, well,
2 pints of your finest meat then.
a round of pints of your finest meat for everybody.
Well, you're
And some chocolate
really
covered
going
eggs.
to need it. Oh, darling. I think you might have an appetite enhancer that could help us out tonight.
I very much do.
For we would not want to be rude to the Leprechaun King and leave any of his delicious food unconsumed.
I'm over here just.
I also am deeply, practically making love to my fork with this shepherd's
My
pie.
fork is sitting on the table.
And my lamb shank's about halfway gone. All you see is me holding the end of this little lamb shank and just going to town on it. Just, just like halfway gone. It's just demolished.
I'm definitely digging into some of that shepherd's pie.
Our people are nomadic. We don't exactly do courtly
We're
graces.
vegetarian.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it as everybody's looking, doing their own thing. So I'm gonna sit here and just take a whole honeydew that's been skinned, and I'm just gonna shove it in my mouth and puffy cheeks.
Puffy cheeks. Have you ever seen a flying fox with puffy cheeks from eating fruit?
Mm-hmm.
From eating breadfruit? There you go. Perfect picture. Only 3 times the size on the poof.
I'm legitimately just scooping piles of mashed potatoes and veggies.
And sir, love.
And for the record, the reason that they are able to smoke rolled old Toby is because the maximum technology level for each of their fins was set at roughly a late 1800s steampunk. And yes, they did have gummed paper at that point. Anyway, back to what you all were saying. I'm sorry.
Well, now that you added to that, I just want to say the gummed paper came to the U.S. when it actually hit the UK in the late 1600s, actually. Early 1700s.
Okay, so you would thank you. I'll keep that in mind for future canon.
Because I think zigzags came around right around the late 1700s.
and all the players high five.
So yeah, we definitely would have had papers.
So, nature of festivities. Each of you are stuffing your faces, but what are you doing to talk about it?
Well, I hate to say it doesn't look like we will be on terms for the next few hours. Though I do look forward to getting to know each of you afterwards.
I'm waiting for my chocolate
Yes,
covered ants.
I'm not entirely certain how the game is played. Only that we are in competition.
Really, all I know is that there is a game afoot.
I also know that each of us holds one piece to solving the puzzle.
Game afoot.
But
Oh, my.
Considering we're only like,
only
a
one of
little
us
over
can
a
solve
few
it.
feet.
I don't understand how that works. I won't pretend I do.
I do believe our good king is expecting us to be competitive instead of collaborative. So I doubt it would be wise to deny him the show he's expecting.
Yeah, this is all for his amusement. Not gonna lie. Anybody with a passive perception of, you all get enough of a bonus to your perception that yes, you know this, would know that a Leprechaun's games are strictly for their entertainment.
I'm gonna get up from the table and excuse myself and be like, I will be right back. And I'm gonna go stealth and head to the garden.
Okay, go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Head to the where? I'm sorry. Garden.
Okay.
And to Liz for continuing to
Well,
refill the
roll
chips.
a stealth. And
that was the
Pudgy,
last
any actions that you make from the moment you roll stealth, I'm about to pass you a butler of paper. I'm going to pass you a stack of paper. Write it down on this and pass it to me.
So everybody
Because if you're stealthed, they don't need to know what you're doing.
Right.
I just need to be able to pass back and forth answers to you.
Yep.
So, on my stealth roll, I got a... Okay, there's my stealth.
Is everybody actively paying attention to the people at the table with them?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then cool.
Especially since
50
he
on
and I are
myself.
new allies. That I'm definitely paying attention to him.
Okay. Everybody make a perception roll. Thank you for the difficulty. 50 or better.
Oh, where did I put my...
50 or better?
Where did I...
Put your dice.
It's not 50 or better.
Here you go.
I don't even think I could get a 50 or better even if I maxed out.
Yeah.
I rolled a natural 19 for a
20 instantly does it. And
And
everybody's...
it's a perception roll,
Perception.
Yes. Top right hand corner of your character sheet.
46.
natural 19 for a total of 41.
Yeah.
17 for a total of 47. 46.
46. See, it is possible.
Oh,
Even
yeah,
without
I can't
that.
do it. Even if I rolled a 20, I wouldn't get there.
So
if you roll a 20, it's an auto. At this table, at least, it is an auto success.
Okay. Nope.
Okay, so it takes you a minute, Bruce, but you manage to slowly slide out of your chair by staying quiet and kind of backing up just long enough that none of you notice as Mr. Bruce Fang disappears from the table. Now, anything that you do, I need you to write down on that piece of paper and send to me, and I'll let you know what you need to, if you need to roll anything. You just tell me the number, because that won't give away the story to anyone.
As he's slipping away, even though we're not actually, even though we don't notice him slipping away, I'm going to motion to Two-Trek, Benelin, my personal bodyguard, to have him come up to me, and I'm gonna whisper in his ear something, and he's just gonna walk off. And I assume you want to know, but I'm not gonna tell everyone.
Yeah,
else.
that's what paper's for.
Yep.
So
Let me
you
hit
got
this.
paper.
And then, yes, I have paper. I'm gonna smoke the old Toby, pass it to you, and then write it.
Anybody actively trying to hear what she's whispering? He didn't say it. Okay, you're actively trying to hear it? Roll perception.
I'm always actively paying attention to what's
How
going
hard
on
are you
around me.
trying to...
I mean, barely a fucking whisper. I mean,
You're really trying to roll stealth.
He's a Ninetera, so he's a bat. So I'm not trying to be loud in his ear because I know he's got that supersonic hearing.
No, the bat's left.
The bat's left.
My bodyguard, Two-Tricks, is a Nanteric too.
There's Nictera. Okay, well, that being the case,
So he's got the bat.
still roll stealth.
Okay.
I have canny acumen.
43.
Puts a +2 circumstance.
I have vigilant senses. I would need somebody to look up
Sorry.
exactly what that does, but it is going to allow me to have some kind of bonus.
You actually have about a +4
My
bonus
stealth was a
to it because of that
29.
and the other
A what?
+4 bonus to whatever your other bonuses are.
And what am I rolling? Perception?
Yeah, perception against whatever your stealth score. Whatever,
29.
No, whatever your stealth roll is.
My stealth roll was a 29.
Roll low.
I hit a 5.
Okay, so difficulty is 29 to not hear it.
Okay, mine was with my perception. Mine was I got a.
What's your perception score?
14 plus a 29, so I got a 43 for my perception.
Oh fuck.
Perception's up here.
I got a 40 flat.
I rolled a 1. My perception is a 29, bringing that roll to a 30.
Jesus Christ.
But was also a 1.
As you know, and I am regrettably sorry for this, while natural 20s are always a success, natural ones are always a failure.
I miss
You are far too... You crunched into a piece of bone as you should have been here. You know that she was whispering something important. You caught just enough of it, but not enough for it to make sense. Yours?
40 even.
Okay. When that note comes to me, I'll show you. I can share with you.
43.
And you.
And he's not here.
Well, I don't know where Bruce went. He's writing where he went, so we'll get back to you on that one.
Here, do you want me to put that out for you?
It's out. It's just...
Because Yeah, my perception's at 29 and I rolled a 14, so I got a 43.
I take a scoop of shepherd's pie and make sure that there's a little turkey in there, there's a little green bean in there, roll it up in a mashed potato, I mold it into a little ball, and I hand it to Baxter, my corgi.
It takes you. He smells it coming, and before you can completely turn around, his tongue comes out, and in one swoop, curls the middle part of the tongue around the ball of nom that you just created, smacks you in the side of the face with the tip of it, so you get licked at the same time, and then ruffs happily and bounces off and does the corgi bounce thing and rolls around and turns into a little loaf in the dog bed.
I call over the person.
And you watch as ale, as a really nice, deep, stout, dark ale is being poured into his what you would have thought was a water bowl.
So I was hoping to call over the person bringing the food.
Yeah, your hand person, yes.
Well, it's kind of a specific order, so I'm going to have them either bring over the chef or I want to talk to the chef person. It's kind of like the shepherd's pie, but the way she did it with everything rolled up into a ball and then the ball deep fried.
Oh my god.
Like a deep
After
fried
you take the time to explain
mashed potato ball with the
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're a genius. You're an
Shepherd's
absolute
pie
genius,
fritter.
my lord.
Pretty much.
Right?
He's pretty sure that he's got the idea of what you're talking about, so I'll go talk to the chef, sir. And poof and gone.
And I want enough for the whole table.
Shepherd's pie fritters.
As I finish off the last of my lamb shank, and I'm just sitting there waiting for the rest of the food patiently because I'm still hungry.
I start making little shepherd pie balls about the size of a Swedish meatball, tossing them in the air and catching them, and juggling them and catching them in my mouth.
I'm enjoying the show.
Roll a performance check for me. I'll give it a 45. You're trying to juggle and eat and create these things all at once. That's a feat of That is definitely.
No, I made a bunch of them ahead of time. I'm not going to create them while
You're still going
I'm
like this and tossing them in the air and eating them, and what do you do as you start running out?
You have to grab more.
Well, yeah. That's easy.
You could shape them while juggling.
Okay, performance, right?
Mm-hmm. We can call that performance or acrobatics. Take your pick.
The flit of my hand, I am going to cast guidance to give you a +1.
That's me. That's me.
+1 is
That's mine. Yours is right here.
Just for a little bit of fun. I'm enjoying the show, so I'm going to cast guidance and give it a...
So 17 plus 1 is
Damn
18. And you said either performance or
How much?
acrobatics. We'll go performance,
Oh, no,
which
just
is
gives
a
a +1.
29.
+1 on this one? Okay.
So
Yep.
18 plus 29.
18 and 29 is 47,
46.
48. You feel like something's pushing you to succeed with this, and for some strange reason, this went off so much better than you've ever practiced it before. Like, legitimately, you didn't even get any potatoes on your lips. Yes, you are watching a glowing little fairy play with her food.
I was thinking, were you taught not to play with your food?
As you down...
Certainly not. What an atrocious idea. Of course you play with your food. You should play with everything.
As you down eat several of these balls, I reach into my purse and I pull out a bottle about a bottle hour size of Ace Wing nectar.
Oh!
It's from our local elderflowers.
Oh, darling. Here, And I reach into my satchel and I pull out a bottle of. It's not a mead exactly. It's a blackberry wine but sweetened with honey.
Got it.
And it's a speciality of my fete. And I hand it to her. To Alexi.
Exeria.
Exeria.
Oh, that looks lovely. I'll have to add that to my collection.
Oh, and how could I forget the rest of my friends here? We're all friends now, right? And I reach into my bag and I also hand a bottle to each of you. It is a absolutely delectable, delightful, delicate blackberry honey wine.
And as you go to hand the bottle to Bruce, you realize his chair's empty.
Oh. Well, where did he go?
You all have been so busy chattering on and being involved in what you were talking about that Bruce has disappeared.
Well, I sit it down at his seat. I guess.
By the way, were you trying to listen? Were you still where you could hear them after you went poof? I just need a yes or no.
Beginning of the conversation, yes.
So would you have were you still there, give or take, around the time that Jordan's character was whispering to their footmen?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception for me, please.
Well, that was a beat 29.
Yeah, 29 or better. You can still fail.
I can beat that without having to roll.
Yeah, but if you roll a 1, you fail.
Yeah, if you roll a 1, you automatically fail anyway, so it doesn't matter what your bonus is.
That's why I put that rule in there. I like that rule.
Why don't I get the dice in the tray, huh?
Really?
Only on days that we play.
You got 35.
Alright, you're golden. Okay, so, yeah.
Oh. It seems the games are indeed afoot already.
Aye.
So, what you heard be whispered, and they did follow, you have no idea they heard this.
I know.
Is this. You won it. Sorry.
You what?
Liz rolled a 1.
Liz rolled in that 1, so she crit failed it.
It's my second time rolling in that one today.
I pulled the
That's
bit
what you
of
would've heard.
the bit of silk that
Okay.
covered the top bit of my wings and kind of draped down as decoration down. And you will see at this point that my wings are in the larger, more decadent form. And you've almost certainly heard about these specific wings. I have a hero's wings that gives you all the impression that I'm a bit more than I may let on. Because your wings are always in their majestic form without you needing to use energized wings.
Try and straighten this back up a little bit.
And I gain +2
Roll nature or
on
survival,
all
whichever one's higher.
elimination checks
For me?
Yeah.
against
Okay.
sprites.
And I need to know. I can write you a reply, but I need to know what your response or what your score is on it. I know what you're trying for, but you
You
may
said
do better.
nature or survival?
Whichever is higher, yes.
Okay.
And we'll put Bruce back at the table momentarily. Oh, that sounds lovely. March showers.
Where's the ghost? Oh, that was the
46.
46? Okay. Oh, by the way, do feel free to talk amongst yourselves.
I don't see it.
What
Never
did I
mind.
lose?
I lost a bag of old Toby somewhere. It might be in my bag of player stuff. I just
I see.
keeps getting lost, and like I can't find it as I'm digging for it. But that's neither here nor there. That's out of character.
That box over there.
Um.
Thank you.
Many below the table dealings.
Indeed.
So,
What is the Draxie's name again? God damn it.
Draxon?
Draxon.
Yeah, I made it simple.
I know, and I was sitting there stuttering.
Just remember Action Draxon. That's how I remember
All
it.
right. So Draxon, darling, how's the territory? How's the trade route?
Trade route's good. The old Toby's good. That's obviously my chief export. That
Of
and
course.
exotic fruits from my region.
You always ship the finest Toby to my kingdom. I always appreciate our
And then-
negotiations.
And then we also do the hemp fiber for clothing and fuel and processing into oils for different things.
Absolutely.
Because hemp isn't the hemp we grow is industrial, so it can be processed into all different kinds of goods.
I'm glad to hear the trade is doing well for you. I'm glad our peace treaty and our route is working well.
Yeah, how's it working for you?
Oh, fantastic.
Any issues with bandits or anything?
Not that many. Have you worked out your negotiations with the Druid encampment to the west?
I have
Oh,
been
my
working
kingdom.
on that still.
What are you going to say, Riley? Sorry.
Oh, it's just, in truth, when you're the queen of the Mossfen, you spend perhaps too much time running the kingdom and then perhaps too much time chasing moonbeams. In either case, I must admit, I'm a terrible friend and I haven't kept up my correspondence at all. And I don't know anything about what you've been doing recently. And I am terribly excited. I haven't seen you since we were children.
So,
I mean, not outside of official functions, and you never get to talk at those.
well, between me and Bruce Fang, our Fens have finally declared peace with each other. Do you recall the 1,000-year
to
war that we've
interject
been?
really quickly, as you say his name, it's almost a speak of the devil and he shall appear type thing.
Okay.
Bruce finds himself sliding back into his chair with a odd look of accomplishment to a degree on his face, because he at least thinks he has part of his riddle figured out. It would be almost impossible to hide that look of, maybe,
Right.
But as to what it was that you just went and did,
Can I get a paper?
Nobody knows.
Well, I mean,
Or some
technically
blank
I
paper.
could. I could use, like, a poker face.
you need notebook paper?
Yeah.
No.
Aside
No.
from
Paper is not a
the
necessity.
peace negotiation that's just
You
been
know what?
declared between
You know
our
what?
Fens,
Chisel and stone.
this has been going on for the last 15 years. There is a possible marriage alignment between our Fens to ensure the peace forever, darling. It's not
I
gonna
thought
be
you
me.
said-
It's
oh.
not gonna be me.
Oh.
Of course not. That's
Oh.
that's side effect. That's stuff that of course not. I'm happily with my Lapis, and you know this.
I would
But no,
be
it's
so
it's
sad
insurance
to
policy.
see anything come between the two, you and your lovely Lapis. It would break my heart, darling. Really, it would.
And then the Dragonfire road, between the Fens of what's the name of your fen again? I know it's super fucking
Draxel.
easy.
Mom.
Draxel.
Oh.
His is Draxel.
Draxel, yeah.
Between Draxel's Draxel Fen and Rose Clover, we finally ensured a peaceful trade route. You know
Someone
how
gets
treacherous it's been
Draxel.
traveling between those Fens, and how many robbers and bandits. We finally decided to come to a peace treaty and make basically a trade agreement where we ensure each other's safe passage.
You can, by the way, all hear this. They are talking relatively normal.
Oh, yes. No,
voice.
absolutely.
We're just gossiping, catching up about the Fens.
Well, to be honest, I've traveled the world, darling. I've traveled the world. I've gone to cafes.
Roll a percentile for me. The higher you roll, the bigger the die that I roll to figure out how many different type. Or yeah, this will be funny.
Am I gonna know what she's talking about?
How well have you read?
I would assume I'm pretty studious. I have a feat that's like, it says studious.
Okay, so you'd at
Okay,
least have
yeah.
recognized it from books, most of
Okay.
you. Because I think everybody here is actually playing a relatively heavily educated character.
69. I'm not kidding. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Don't be sorry, that's perfect. And giggity.
And giggity.
Alright, so that being the case, yeah, we'll go D12.
You want a book to write on, man?
I got it.
You've managed to visit cafes in all of the elemental planes. Fairy, orcish, elven, and human cafes. You've actually been to a cafe in the bottom of the sea in the realm of water. Okay.
So I figured.
Wait, that was a question. Like in percentage.
Well, people keep ordering things, so probably
Yeah,
about
I understand that.
65%.
Okay.
And yes, that continues to go.
Yeah, that sounds
So
Now I remember which clue you got.
I don't
because
know if
handed
they're
it to
gonna
you
need to
randomly.
roll a perception, but I figured out my head co-counselor, my head counselor's name, the one that's with me.
Okay.
So there's all that. I whisper this to him, and it's got his name and everything.
65 is what's left, correct?
And so I whisper
Not
that
what
to
we've
him.
eaten.
I'm trying to eavesdrop on that.
So I don't know whoever's trying to eavesdrop can.
65 is what's left, not what we've already.
Yeah.
Okay.
65% of the food is left. There's a lot of food at your table.
Oh wow. So yeah, I whisper that to. His name is Axel. Let's just call him that. So I whisper that to Axel,
I want
and
to eavesdrop.
so anybody that's trying to eavesdrop has to, I think, roll perception.
Oh, no, I built my character to eavesdrop by accident. I have to roll. No, it's
What's
seriously.
the difficulty on that? Roll stealth.
Yeah, I was just say I have to roll stealth real quick.
Yep, that will be your difficulty to beat with your perception. All people.
Oh,
who
I
can.
think I need to use my Ginny dice.
She would approve. I'm also enjoying the fact that you all get to roll against each other on these things.
Will that help in this? Sorry, I'm
That
starting to
depends.
shake.
How are you? Oh, okay. You said that you were. Okay, I've got an honest question. Show me. Excuse me, little Drexel.
Yes.
Could you show me exactly how you are whispering this to your servant? Like, show me the way that you are. Like, are you just like leaning in, or are you cupping your mouth,
Cupping your
or?
mouth, or-
Yeah, I need to know that piece of information. It's important.
By the way, my stealth check came to a 35.
Okay, yeah.
So that's what they got to beat.
With perception?
I'll give you a +2 to catch it if you're gonna look at that for that specifically.
So it'd be a +2.
No,
Oh,
you're
for
good.
that. Okay.
35 is the difficulty.
Okay.
Are you trying?
And this is what I'm like.
That guy going to jail.
He's. I call him
I
over.
think my bone dice is going to.
And he's right behind me. And I'm kind of going like this, whispering.
Okay.
And he goes.
Okay.
42.
Was he covering his lips? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yes.
Okay, then
I had my hand like this.
Okay, then I don't get my +2. Thank you.
What's up?
And I was rolling perception. What was yours?
35 is what you got
I
to
don't
beat.
get it. I got
42. Okay, what's 12 plus 29?
29 plus 12, so I'd say 30 plus
29
11
plus 12.
41.
41.
41.
Okay.
Yeah, you beat it.
Yeah.
You're at the table.
Oh, I got 48.
Okay, so what did you say to your footman? Because everybody beat it.
I did not.
You did not?
I got a 26.
Then you have to write it down.
28.
I did.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's.
Did you already hand that to me? Where did
I got it.
Okay, so pass it to the people who could have
Heard
heard
it,
that.
which is everybody
But Jordan this time versus
Yeah.
where the last
so
time
I'll
Liz
let
was
you
the
read
one.
that. It's kind of hard to read. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
And that sucks because I was trying to use a feat too.
You just rolled really low.
I
It happens.
did. I got a 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but which, just in that particular case, didn't help.
Gosh.
These whispers brought to you by the DM is a sadist and let the players go at each other tonight.
I don't know if you can read that. If you can't, then I'll just, if I need to, I can have Jordan leave the room real quick and I'll say it.
We can
I have to
just
go to the bathroom anyways, so you know what? Let me make a stage left.
Okay.
And
then
we'll just
make
bring
an
that down,
announcement.
and you guys get a little bit of a privy into our whispers for a second.
These walls, you
Yeah,
have no
very
idea. They're
softly,
so thin.
Yeah.
So lean in towards the mic, and where we can all hear you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, lean into the mic.
So I'll just go, okay. So I send my head counselor Axel to the floor above us to investigate, see what he can find, and he's going to report back to me anything he finds that's unusual or interesting.
But
Sure.
you think you whispered that.
Yeah, I thought I was I thought I was
He
quiet.
whispered it.
Oh, he whispered it, alright.
Oh, he whispered it good. The catch is that he is sitting at a table of people who are equally as capable as himself. So as a result, the
So if you
Leprechaun
wanna
can
write
get some
down-
entertainment.
So if you want to write down on here,
This feed here in a second. It may not go well for me, but
Wait,
I'm
did
going
I
to try
even
it.
do that? Like, did I add my extras to my perception? No, I did not.
you did because you got a 41.
No. I'm
Actually,
talking
target
about the
request.
additional ability score modifier to
Oh.
perception.
I say
I
out
can
loud to
get
the
away
king.
with it once or twice if I do.
Alright, come
But
back.
If you want to write down what happens on the next floor, or what happened
And
within,
I
will
say
get
out
there.
loud to the king. My
If you need it.
lord, the festivities have begun. Would you like perhaps a bit of entertainment? Hold on.
Oh, but I've seen them begin, and I've seen how you each play. I'll watch your servants run, do as they may. We've got one who slips out without nary a notice. Another that's
One
plotting.
who will sing for you, if only you'd.
Ah, not much on the rhyme this evening, are we, Daddy? But that's
Not
fine.
always necessary for a solid prose, but I can if you
When do you wanna
prefer,
do our
as
plan?
everyone knows.
When do you want to do bio break? It's after 6.
Oh.
Ooh.
It is after 6. That explains everybody's need for bladder.
Yeah.
So, as we wrap up the first little leg of this insanity, we're going to go to a brief bio break so everybody can clear their bladders, stand up, move around, do all the healthy things. And when we get back,
The game's afoot.
we will get to your song. Because he looks at you as we fade to our black. That sounds delightful. Maybe you can get yourself a leg up.
Of course I can, your Royal Majesty. I'll stand on your head, and you will take care of me.
Looks at you, smiles, looks you up and down, lecherously. Like, could very well enjoy that. Talk to me later.
He didn't run that.
And with that, we're going to a bio break. So
Are you serious about growing on YouTube or not? Then how come you haven't gotten into my free course? I know that you watch my content, but you have not gotten.
Notion has been the centerpiece of my workflow. It's quite literally an extension of my brain. I can take notes, create folders, manage tasks, projects, set goals, and build products. It's so customizable, you can tailor it to fit your team or your own needs, not to mention it's beautifully designed. From being a student to a creator and now running a small business, the world is moving digital.
Creating your first video? You should start with the music. Go to artlist.io and get high-quality music and sound effects for any type of video you want to create.
I think we're onto something big here.
Just the two of us.
Standing together as one.
Ready for an adventure?
La vida es más divertida cuando unes fuerzas en equipo.
todos juntos.
That's wicked.
Wicked good.
There, yep. And we are back for the time being. I am just finishing writing something up because, oh yeah, there's all kinds of written questions I had to answer. It's the other reason for bio break being so necessary. So when you do that, here is how that is going to function. At that point, I will make the call.
Yep, that's how I figured that would work.
I think, my darlings, we could use with another appetite enhancer. A little old Toby from some rare earth, eh?
Hey.
Alright.
Oh, no, you guys are good. I've got the answer in. Everybody has their answers to their questions at this point.
Wonderful.
Fantabulous.
I'm sorry, I should have actually handed you that probably earlier with what I now know yours is. I know what you were looking for. Now you have it.
So Draxon.
Okay.
Draxon, I probably won't partake here, but would you be willing to trade me some of my elderflower nectar for some of your old Toby to take back to A-Swing with me?
Absolutely.
Here you are. Feel free to partake. It's some of our best.
Take a little sip.
Okay,
Determine what I think it's worth, and I hand her about 2 ounces worth of old Toby.
Okay.
I too have business to conduct with Dragon's Fire Road, and I understand that you're the man to talk to if I wanted to export a lovely blackberry walnut mead, honey wine, rather. Did you have a chance to try it?
I have not.
Oh, please do. And I take the bottle on the table, and I reach for your glass, and I pour a small snifter, swish it around, and I hand it to you.
When I take a sip.
There's all sorts of things afoot.
My dear, did you try that elderflower nectar?
What do you think, my lord?
It is very good.
Your elderflower nectar is delightful.
Oh, would you like your own bottle of it?
I would love a bottle of it.
Here you are.
Thank you.
I must agree, and I too would exchange a bottle with you.
I'll give you an extra bottle, sure. Plenty.
Don't worry about it.
And
I was going to say,
The answer is you're fine.
Okay.
I must admit, mostly I spend my time chasing moonbeams and inspiration, but is there any greater inspiration than the pomp and splendor of a lovely fairy's ball? I have to admit, I am just absolutely delighted to be here. And I pour a snifter of your wine, and I swish it around and I sniff it. Oh, this is why I come to these things. Take a sip.
Wonderful.
Oh, really? This is just the most delightful.
Bruce, would you like a glass of the nectar or your own bottle?
Sure.
Here, bottle or glass?
One of both?
Here. Pass it around over the table.
And I passed it.
You really must try it. This batch is probably my finest.
I've always enjoyed.
I'm gonna take a
your
small
tribe
sip of it.
Traveling through my friends when they come, I always make sure I order an extra supply, and your honey is absolutely the finest.
Well, we're pollinators. What would you expect?
Just tell me the number when
Here,
you get it.
You really must try this batch.
Oh, this honeycomb looks delightful.
Oh, I'm talking the nectar I gave you.
Oh, the nectar. Oh, yes, yes. I thought you put a plate of honeycomb in front of me.
You can just tell me the number. It's no big deal.
Oh, I was gonna just take a small sip.
Well, now that
and then-
everybody's taking a drink.
Right.
17 total for a will save. I thought you had like a plus 31 bonus.
I thought I had a +5.
No,
Wait, did I roll the wrong thing?
you don't have it written down. I looked at your character sheet. You have a plus 31 to your will save.
Oh. Well, in that case, it's gonna be a 43.
You're good.
You're good.
What you will say?
All right. And now
it's on there.
everybody's
I
taking
didn't
a
bother
drink.
writing it down because I'm not actually drinking it. I was just gonna taste it.
It doesn't matter.
That's
With what
you
happened,
tasted
it does not matter. I need you to roll that will save.
Where'd that, yeah. Pass
So
that
now
on
you
to-
do.
So
you did take a
went
drink,
out in the
yes?
process of people taking
Okay,
a drink.
yes, then
So
yes,
it's a
now
will
you do.
save even though I didn't swallow its contents?
Contact.
Okay.
Because it would be a range. It would be a touch attack otherwise.
Nat 20.
Oh,
You're
you're
fine.
fine.
38.
So did I. I nat-20'd it.
Nice.
Okay. So now that everybody's taken a drink and I can let the cat out of the bag, all of you feel like there was this weird urge to kind of be friendly, and all of a sudden you kind of shake it off. You are under the effects of a charm at the moment.
You're my bestest friend.
Sounds like she's throwing up.
Yeah.
Sounds like Lily's throwing up.
Oh,
But yes. So what does charm do?
I have that answer directly.
Yeah, you've got it where it's
There's
easier to
two different
access than
bathroom
I do.
All right. Target, your words are to the target. Your words are honey, and your visage seems bathed in a dreamy haze. Let's see. It must attempt a will save with a +4 circumstance bonus if you or your allies recently threatened it or used hostile actions, which I have not.
So that didn't happen.
And my roll set the difficulty, and was it a failure or a critical failure?
It was just a regular failure. How long does it last?
Target lasts for 1 hour.
Unless they make another will save against it every round.
And you can't use hostile actions against me.
Okay, so for the next hour, as far as you're concerned, the most beautiful butterfly that you have ever seen.
I have a +2 circumstance of being of not being charmed.
That would put you up to a what?
40.
40?
Yeah.
Still just shy of where the mark was. They rolled a 42.
Okay.
Like, legit.
Yeah,
Like,
I just didn't realize that I started reading my stuff.
No, that's
Yeah.
like totally cool. Here goes. Like, legitimately, they rolled a 42. So they are the most beautiful butterfly, and you're inclined to believe just about anything that they would want you to. Within reason, as long as it doesn't cause you to harm yourself or do anything against your own personal moral code, which means they can't put your charge at risk, etc.
Yep.
And if you had acted intimidatingly towards him, he would have won.
Mm-hmm. I have no intentions of being intimidating. Not unless I have to.
But everybody else thinks that this batch tastes a bit off. And you notice that after it just touches his lips and you did not see Bruce swallow, he got that face. You'd see him swallow.
No, this is a special brew for this event.
You do hear this, and as a result, I will give you another chance at your will
It did
save
go to a
in
little bit
about
more
what
of a
we'll
sour
say is
flavor
a couple
profile
rounds
for
of
the
conversation.
king
But
himself.
please participate as charm
Delightful.
Okay.
Really.
in conversation as like.
Now, did this come out of your own personal?
Because your charm.
It did, and I
it's
pull
a
up my
dreamy
own.
butterfly woman.
It came out of your own personal hoard.
And take a drink out of the direct vial.
Ooh.
The one I've been pouring into individual things for.
Okay, you're fine. It's
Mhm.
great.
Mm-hmm.
Tastes just like when it was made. Turns out that is not a spell that one can do on oneself. Though your ego is a little boosted. We can blame that on booze.
I do like your style, darling.
Though I do think that the king himself would be quite entertained by the effects of this particular nectar. Don't you agree?
I quite do. Should we offer him a glass?
There.
Yes, here, out of my personal portion that he saw me take a drink from.
Oh, it is your brew, my darling.
Yeah,
Come
give
on,
it
drink it.
Take a pour, pour into my own glass from the same and drink. And Yeah, would you please go offer this to the king? It is of our finest batch.
What's their deception score at?
I carry your neck.
Lollipop.
What?
Theirs is a plus 16.
Wet paws, wet paws.
Okay, go ahead and roll that for me.
Lily, come here.
Nat 20.
Lily, come here.
There is
Hi.
one
Hi.
patch.
Hi. Stop looking at me with your vomit breath. I can smell it.
Come on.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh, I will be right back.
Come on. Get in your cage. Come on, in your cage.
Little bit of chaos. It's okay. It's the Leprechaun's ball.
Exactly.
Great.
So,
So sorry about that.
yes, he does take a drink.
I feel like Orange County
I am
is not
so
in any
glad
way.
that his bonuses look
Good.
like lizard.
I feel like my bonuses are so low in comparison to
And he fails. I literally rolled a 4, so 31 plus 4 is 35. He failed. And to be fair, he looks over at you and you watch him smile and you see 2 or 3 gold teeth. You realize this guy is over 3,000 years old and quite lecherous.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks and goes, well, she might be fine, but you owe me a song, lass.
Of course, my king.
And I need you to roll a will save again.
A will save.
Yes.
So roll D20 for this.
Get something. I hate collision courses. Beat a 33.
13. What'd you say my will was? A 31?
31, yeah.
So 44?
Your other two are 27, by the way. 44? Oh yeah,
My
your
other two what?
your other two, your reflex and your fortitude
Oh.
are at 27.
27, 27, 31. Okay.
They have the legendary willpower feats. But
44.
44? So you feel a little twinge as it hits you. Like he's trying to make you like him.
I feel it. I resist it. However, upon sensing it, I pretend that it worked.
So, I bet you give us a song then, love.
Of course, my king.
And he leans
Who be
back,
my honor?
grabs a very nice looking crystal and gold laden chalice, and takes a sip of some sort of a strange smelling liquor. It's a shame. It's the last keg I have. Sits it down.
I take a sip of the wine that I brought, which I am really rather fond of. And I stand and curtsy. Crow, crow, willow and reed, acorn and seed, blossom and bean, grow, grow, lichen and fern, ivy and moss, roses and shroom, let waters paint a sea of life in colors befitting a crown. Let sea and sky Meet fire and ice, the music of life all around. Grow, grow, hawthorn and pine, carrots and thyme, fruit for our wine. Grow, grow, friendship divine, moments to shine, silver webs woven fine.
Okay. Now, well, that was
And I use
absolutely
entrancing
beautiful, as I'm
performance.
sure everybody sitting at the table would agree. I need you to roll a performance check.
Also, I cast entrancing performance, which is a feat.
Okay, and what's the range on that?
Oh, 60 feet.
Radius based off of the performer, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Alright, well, then,
Yeah, but you need me to roll a performance check, I understand.
because that's going to determine the
Do I
difficulty.
get any advantages on this or anything?
You can.
I'm doing this off my... Wait, is this a performance as a skill check, or can I use my spellcasting ability?
This is off of your performance as a skill check for the difficulty of everybody else's
All right.
save. It just happens. I'm having you roll the difficulty because that way it'll be set high enough for a group of characters.
42.
42?
It's a popular
So,
number tonight.
everybody who can hear her bellowing this out.
Which is
Bellowing?
Right.
Well, no, not bellowing. Let's just be perfectly honest. You would have considered this the equivalent to the aria from Fifth Element.
But
it
in
was
Fae.
beautiful, but in Fae, and sang with that magnitude of beauty.
So what are we rolling for?
You are rolling to versus being entranced and enthralled that would override
Yeah, but like,
or
what is their
meet.
actual
Is it a
score?
will
Is that a will
save?
save?
Yes, it is a will save.
45.
36.
48.
I rolled low.
48?
Yeah.
You're good. Didn't impress you that much. You've heard better. You're charged.
You fell. What did you get? 33. You fell.
45.
So,
You did not.
similar, it produces a charm effect.
Hmm?
Similar to the one that you are under. The difference being that the person is able to, at will, basically, to use this to affect a large group. So, on top of that...
Yeah, the Leprechaun King has to roll. Ha!
Matter of fact, he failed worse on you than he did on you. You watch as your attentions from your wine are ripped away by this singer. Like, she literally snatches him and his bedazzled, oh, what a goddess look. Which, by the way, the two of you, are completely up. And you feel something hinky, like there was more to that song than just a song.
Okay.
You're like pretty sure that she laced some magic into those words. And she's trying for something. You're just not sure what, because, well, you can roll for, like, basic knowledge of academia to figure it out if you want.
I'm not worried about it.
Not worrying about it?
So is my head counselor with me? Is he back with me yet?
Yeah.
So this is what I whisper to him next.
Okay. Are you trying to be discreet about this?
Yes.
And perception again, everyone.
And it's the same way I did it before.
Okay, so you do get at least a +2 to your... Well, go ahead and roll stealth with a +2 because you're covering your lips.
Did I ever actually know what I expected from my,
Oh.
yeah, from 2K?
31.
31.
Yeah, that was. I kind of rolled low.
Yeah.
It happens.
Okay.
So, how did everybody do on their perception against my poor ass 31?
Yeah, 31
Oh
difficulty.
wait, 43.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no, I failed. God damn! That's my third critical one of the night.
That goes to jail.
That's not even the same dice.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
So. Where'd my brain go? Never mind.
However,
Did you roll your perception yet?
this might be part of why. Whatever it is that I just missed, this might be part of why. The last thing in our little note page there.
Are you listening? Oh, fuck.
25.
Second line.
Okay, I'll hand that back to you. Because I don't actually know. I read the second line, avoided reading the first line. And yeah.
Yep.
The first line you already knew.
Oh,
No,
okay.
she didn't. She didn't see that one. She was out on that one.
Yeah, they didn't hear that one.
Oh, good
They
thing
rolled
I
too low.
completely
Okay.
I did not. He said second line, and I just skipped to the second line.
That would be with who? Okay.
Galaxy.
Yeah. So.
Bruce, dear.
I'm gonna hear no matter what. I got a nat 20.
You're gonna hear it no matter what?
Yeah, I got a nat 20.
Okay. So, did any...
43.
Pass it to the people who are supposed to get it.
I got a 39 on
That conversation... You're good. It was a
Again, I
30.
think I'm the only one who failed that one.
Down there where.
Yeah.
It just took me that one.
We have all fun my own adventure today.
There she goes,
Still
chasing
chase-
moonbeams.
Yeah, still chasing
Okay.
moonbeams.
Got it?
Yeah.
Also goes to... Who else rolled above?
Everybody else except me.
I also love that we actually have a group where even the person who... If the person doesn't know, they actually don't try and look. I appreciate that, guys.
So what time is it currently?
Okay, so
So-
do you understand the conversation that's about to happen there? And why?
It's roughly about 10:30ish.
Okay.
So we got plenty of time.
So, my dear Bruce,
Yes.
darling, do you think I could see this your invitation and the slip of paper that came with it?
My invitation.
Yes,
course.
please. I'm using shameless request.
1 second.
Yeah, I figured there was something
okay,
on
yeah.
there.
Okay.
Okay.
It does get a save based off of your spell casting bonus. That's just based off of your spell save, not off of the difficulty. It's not a skill. So it's whatever your spell save is.
That would be a 38.
Okay, so roll a d20. It's a
Alright.
will save again. Roll above 38.
I got 36. I rolled a 5. A 5, man.
Okay. So,
Fuck you, die. Anyway.
and you succeeded in the against the charm for her with a 20, and we're golden.
Right.
Okay.
The
You
most
can strike
beautiful
up whatever
butterfly has asked
conversation
for your
you want, and you might
invitation.
not be able to do the shameless thing. By the way, that most beautiful butterfly, yes, did ask you for that.
What
You are,
Oh, yeah, no.
you are quite inclined to show them the slip of paper
Okay.
that is in your pocket and
Alright.
let them try and figure it out.
Alright, so which slip of paper is
The one with your clue on it.
Oh, my clue?
Yes.
She wants to know your
And your
secret,
invitation,
man.
which just says formally addressed to inviting him to such and such Leprechaun's ball.
Yep.
Very
So it's
short
up to you,
version.
do you
Asking
Tell
for
your
just a slip of
secret.
paper would have been a little too suspicious.
That's what
Yes,
she's asking.
now-
I
She
don't
wants-
want to show it.
No, that's why you got a will save, and no, you do.
Yeah.
You
You
really
really
do. And by
Thank
the way,
you, darling.
Are you just doing that openly across the table?
No, I'm gonna slide it.
No, I'm serious. No, or like, is he? That's just the thing. You would most directly do that.
Yeah, that's why I asked him just blatantly.
All right. So as soon as they're done this conversation, I'm going to fill everybody else in, and you're going to be okay. So you are no longer charmed by them.
Okay.
That was your one.
Yep, that was my hostile action.
Now, as a result, you just watched Bruce stand up and show a little slip of paper as well as his invitation to your Malexi friend, who read it, handed it back, and he sat down and is now sitting here with a, well, you just realized you've done been duped. Everybody else just watched this happen, and you see the...
Can I roll a perception check to see any part of that with my, I have uncanny acumen, so, like, I have generally heightened senses.
I did it blatantly in front of everyone.
I know that you did. That's why I...
They're talking about to read...
But
No.
he handed it to you, and you handed it back to him. That would have passed in front of my eyes, but...
Did you hand it back folded or unfolded?
I did.
Okay, it was handed folded both times.
No, his was unfolded when he handed it to her.
It was.
It was not folded up.
Did you
when
make
he had...
any of... Oh, wait, you probably did open it and...
Well, I just handed it. I was trying to reach across the table, so...
But you did
No,
open
but
it.
would Bruce have folded it or unfolded it as he passed it?
Wait,
was it
did he
folded or
say?
unfolded in his pocket? He didn't.
It was open when I got it.
It was open when she got it, and I saw him as he handed it. He opened it up and handed it to her. I saw that as it went in front of me.
Okay, then we'll go with that.
Can I roll a perception check to see
Yes,
what I
at
can discern
disadvantage
from
because it was only in one direction.
That's what I was wondering. Can I run? Because I have vigilant senses, so can I use that feat to
I
see
have
if I can
uncanny
like?
acumen.
Same difference. You can both roll a perception at a disadvantage to
Oh.
roll and take the lowest because you only saw it in one direction for a split second.
Oh, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Wait, what's my perception?
That's a perception check.
Bruce, could you go ahead and just roll a stealth check because yours is high enough that you would by nature just pass things in such a manner that it would be as discreet as possible,
30.
even blatantly.
Alright. I rolled a 20, right?
Yep. And then add your stealth check.
32.
31.
Oh! I tried so hard, like,
52.
our necks
52.
are craning, like...
52.
The answer is that you don't know how he did it, but the way that
Wait.
it was even open.
He
and
said 32?
He said
52.
52.
Oh my God! What
He
the?
thought, no, like, check this out. He passed it in such a manner that his fingers folded the paper, so the only person who could see it coming and see it was the real thing was the person he was delivering it to, and they folded it up, lacking that amount of grace and skill, and handed it back.
I'm like a meerkat.
Like I'm all looking, like I saw him open it, but I didn't see what was on it. Like the fuck?
Were you trying as
So
well?
based off on who my
So now
character
you're in
is-
the game. Now that you've been duped, huh?
Based off on who my character is, just so you guys know, my stealth is super fucking high.
They figured that out from this. It's like his advantage is you ain't catching me doing shit, motherfucker.
Yeah, my basic stealth is a 36. Basic.
Yeah, he's a ninja. So, not really, but yeah, however that, if I need to know anything that conversation results in, it does. But if not, those are just clues that you have information on. By the way, that was, as I said, the hostile acts, and you are no longer considered charm and weak against their wiles.
Sorry.
Matter of fact,
No
you're
worries.
kind of immune
No
to their
worries.
charms
Yeah.
for a little bit after that kind of a sacrifice. But you're well aware of what happened.
So, can I try to cast? I have a cantrip called Lie to Me that basically everybody within a certain period or a certain distance around me has to automatically respond to one question.
With a truth.
With a truth, automatically.
Well, I don't know. I'd say you're perfectly willing. I'm perfectly welcome to. What's your spell save difficulty?
Like my spell DC?
Yeah.
Listen carefully, Padawan, for I.
The
am
game is
Vulcan
on.
Master. Yes,
Alright,
it
so
is.
my basic spell DC is 35.
Okay, so that is the meter beat
Yeah, that will be the meter beat, which is still
on
monstrous.
a will.
but-
Yeah.
Was this for
It was
everybody?
35.
My basic DC, I believe, is 35.
This for everybody?
Yes.
Yep, it's everybody.
It's not my class DC, right? It's just my basic.
What's your
DC.
class DC?
My class DC is 37.
We'll go with the 37.
45.
And what bonus?
Do not have to tell the truth, do have to answer a question.
What was my will? Oh, it was a 31.
A will bonus?
Yeah, just don't roll really, really low.
And this is for what?
Oh, first spell.
Yeah, is it perception or will save, right?
Yep.
Thank you, God.
Math.
50.
I can't math.
No, 49.
49.
I can't math.
What math?
7 plus 16.
27 plus 16.
Yeah,
So I can't roll for my cast?
You can roll a cast if you want for it. Go for it.
Which
43.
Which stat am I using for cast?
It'd be your spellcasting modifier.
43.
Okay, that's what
So
I was
plus
gonna say.
25.
Okay, 43. And I'm
She had
49.
43. I have
So it's whatever the dice is plus
39.
25?
That's my will save is 39.
43, 49,
please roll a
49.
Hold on to those numbers. I'll have your answer in a second.
19 plus 25. What's 19 and 25?
19 and 25 is 43.
44. 44, right?
Yep.
19 and 25, yeah, 44.
44.
Yep, 44.
So, anybody below a 44?
And
Okay, so he gets a question out of each of you. You two have to tell the truth.
Fuck.
Who's you two?
Both Draxel
Okay.
and Galaxy have to tell the truth.
Okay.
The two of you are welcome to lie.
Okay.
And dependent on your deception, depends on how well he believes you.
correct.
The question is, what is your clue?
Fuck!
To each of us, you ask us each of
Yes.
this.
I
I'm
was just
asking,
fucking hand it
as
to
a
him.
group at the table.
You
what is
you
your
would
clue?
actually think clearly enough because of what the question is that he asks you to not just blurt it out.
You couldn't tell the truth without telling the truth.
Oh, that's why I'm saying I'm telling the truth. He asked what my clue is, so I'm just handing him my clue.
He
so
would
I'm
be the
like,
kind of person who would deliberately, like, you're welcome
I
to.
have to think of something how to tell him the truth, but like, because like I wouldn't tell the whole truth, but the truth.
I'm just gonna be like, screw it. You want to know the truth? Why not? You want to know it so bad, but I'm only gonna tell it
Here
to
you are, friend.
I summoned Ginger
Okay.
over,
It's okay. I've read that 1,000 times. I know what's on it. You can hold on to that.
and
Can you pass me the...
I
I love
tell
it's your choice.
I told Ginger to
That, yes,
pass
that would explain that.
the note along, and then request her to bring me this list of items, and then I'm gonna pass the note to him for what I was gonna say.
I have a question. Would Axel be back with the?
That's what I'm sending Ginger for. Well, I'm having her.
Is
pass.
Galaxy still charmed by me?
Yes.
So my question is, would Axel be back from the last task I sent him on? I think you have it wrote down.
Yes, he would be back right about now. Go ahead, walks up. Oh, everything's as you've requested, my lord.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh. And then yeah, send that to him.
Yes, they come back about 10 minutes later, we said, oh, yes.
I did hand my note over wide open this time.
Wide open?
Wide
it
open.
was folded.
Yeah, you folded it and handed
Oh, I
it.
folded it like with my hands.
Yeah.
I'm specifying that my character handed it to you open.
Okay, so it being open, those of you who have that nice little perception thing and were paying attention to notes being passed across the table, open.
I handed it. I was satellite, so I would have paid attention.
Go for it. Have at it.
Roll your perception because you wouldn't have wanted to look like you were looking.
44.
Okay. So, whatever that note said, as it was passed to him, is not what you think that their clue was.
So I'd have to read it. For
Yep,
sure.
because I don't know what it says.
Okay.
They could have wrote the truth or they could have wrote a lie.
Right.
Can I see that too? Because I would have seen it also. For,
But whatever it is, you think it's true.
I can't remember your name.
I was gonna say
Exeria.
I was gonna say I have another spell, like a spell I can actually cast.
Once this resolves itself,
okay.
I was gonna say because anything that's written, I can discern whether or not if it's truth or lie.
Okay.
So can I? Because I have a feat called Light Detector.
Yes, but you wouldn't know whether or not it's written, not spoken, so lie detector does not function. You, on the other hand, can cast that spell.
Okay.
It is up to you as to whether or not, and dependent on it. What was the save on that?
Save on that would be my spell DC.
To discern, well, you weren't trying to hide whether it was the truth or a lie, were you?
No, actually, as far as Exeria is concerned, it is an absolutely true clue about one of the other components.
Okay.
So, could I use ongoing investigation to see if that makes sense and if I can make that click with anything? Because I have ongoing investigation where I notice every little thing around me, even when I'm distracted.
Yeah, let me see your
Hey
clue.
Liz, is this one yours?
My clue?
Liz?
Yes.
The one clue you handed me, is this the one yours?
That wasn't mine.
That was-
I haven't handed you my.
That was Jordan's.
Yeah, what I said. Yeah.
So who all had to tell
However,
me?
this is my clue.
So who all actually had to tell me the truth? Was it just
It was
Jordan?
no me and yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it. Okay.
Why do you think I asked for what I asked for?
Yeah, but I had two different people ask something for something.
Nope. As far as anybody could possibly be concerned, because she believes it herself, this is absolutely the truth.
So what was the truth that you were handed, Pudgy?
The one that everybody else got to see.
So, with this puzzle that we're doing, would it be considered pursuing more than one lead?
That's all I got on that list.
Well, you know who's got the leads. You can pursue absolutely every one of them.
Well, because if I could, I might be able to use my feet to connect the dots to put the different things that I'm investigating together.
Not at this point. There is not enough on the table yet for you to piece anything together. Does anybody even have an idea as to what the king is looking for?
Oh, I totally have an idea.
I know what he's looking for. I know, or at least I know what the end result he wants is.
He wants it by sunrise.
Mm-hmm.
How?
That I have to figure out. But I'm a step closer now, aren't I?
The reason why I was asking about connect the dots is because that's what it does. And as long as I'm pursuing more than one lead, I can connect different places, people, and items together.
What is the message on the back of this? Is it the actual truth or?
I don't know. Wait, which one is that one mine?
So just because
No, it's
I
the
don't
one
have
that
the
came
whole
from
list,
Anaya.
I have all the ingredients.
There's something written on the back of it.
Yeah.
Well, For this particular thing, you can try, but something's not gonna feel right.
Hey, John, is this, what's written on the back of this, is it truth?
What was the difficulty on that?
It was a Naya's clue.
Would that be a will versus will, or would it be my spell DC because I genuinely believe that it's true?
Your spell DC.
Okay. That would be 38.
Roll higher than a 38 with your, well...
I was just saying the original spell was 44.
Yeah, your original spell cast on that, on
Yeah,
the,
it was 44.
to discern truth?
Yeah.
Then, yeah, you're golden.
So that's, this is the truth
Paper
on the
we've been
back?
passing notes on.
I don't know.
You should have it.
Okay, I have it. Cool.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, what?
The one that has my notes on it.
From what you can discern, I genuinely believe it to be true.
Well, what I'm saying is you wrote this on the back, so I was trying to figure out if this was the truth. John, you wrote this on the back. I was trying to figure out if
No,
this
I
was
didn't
the
write
truth.
that. It's not my handwriting.
I don't know, I'm confused.
That's the point.
Okay.
That is actually the point in this particular case, is to confuse each other and see who wins.
Okay.
It absolutely is being played as I was hoping.
Motherfucker. Went to take a bite of my chip and it just fell. Like,
Little birdie has a message.
Haji. That is what you know to be false about it.
okay. Total.
This is a great game, guys. I feel like I'm in high school passing notes in class again.
Okay.
Great.
Brilliant.
Yeah, please just write it down and
I need you to roll a perception.
thank you.
You don't get to see this part.
I know. It's because I'm turned and can't rely on her to actually tell me the truth. I know.
$91. Oh wait,
Perception.
why did I roll a percentile? That's a good question.
No, but I hope you do just as well with the perception. That was beautiful. I
I
was
know,
gonna
right?
figure that down. Ching.
So, 20 plus
48.
48.
Okay.
My precious. My precious.
Did those fried kind of shepherd's pie thingies ever show up that I had ordered?
Oh yeah, they did, and we've been eating them this whole time.
Yes. As I've been sneaking little treats and trinkets to the puppy because all this corgi is so
Oh
cute
my
and I
gosh,
have not seen
same.
him in so long.
Same. Every like 3 or 4 bites, every now and again, I'll find like a little piece of bacon or some delectable little thing, and
Flick it
I'll
up
like,
in the air for him, or
or I'll like put it under the table, and like I'm also discreetly feeding the puppy.
What time is it?
Are there other guests here?
IRL?
No, not in the game. What time is it?
About 11:30. Look, there's a lot of note passing going on and everything. Everybody's got their own little
that's
thing
your
going
pencil,
on.
John.
It's
Sorry, I didn't mean to
all
hit you with it.
falling into place.
I'm gonna stealth and disappear from the table again.
I'm not even gonna try to see. I'm doing my own thing. have cast Animal Messenger. I'm tying a little note to his back.
I'm having a field day with running this, guys.
Oh, I bet you do.
It's like playing button with everybody, and you all have a button.
Right? I'm missing 2 clues to solve.
Well, just so everybody knows, I got a 54 to my stealth.
So anybody who wants to try and perceive him leaving,
I mean,
if you're actively paying attention because you all know that you're in competition.
Unless I nat 20 it, I can't even freaking meet that.
There's always the chance. I mean, that is a 5% chance.
I can't
And there is force of will, which we have proven affects natural or
And we're
affects
doing a perception?
Yep.
I mean, if I nat
That's-
20 it, that's the only way I can
No.
do it.
Nah.
31.
31? No.
31.
Are you? But
I'm kind of charmed by,
sorry, I
what's
had
your
it
name
in.
again?
I noticed. It was a very strong
Lyria.
bitch.
I'm still charmed by Lyria, and I'm focused on feeding the
for the
puppy.
next hour, as long as it's not anything that you wouldn't want to do anyway, yes.
Yeah.
And you being old friends,
It's easy to be deceived by the charm spell.
it's not a charm spell, it's just a natural innate feat that she did with her song. It had no
Oh.
spell requirement.
Oh.
It's just, she's that good with her voice.
My lowest natural
And the 42
stat
to
is
the spell cast
Yeah.
really whomped you guys.
Yeah.
I actually like using that
not
over
including the
using your
bonus
spell
one.
save difficulty. It seems to add a little bit of chance to the mechanism.
This is so much fun.
So did anybody notice me get up?
No.
Okay.
What's your character's name?
Galaxy Bellflower, Briar Dust.
I was, in fact, quite distracted with my own machinations, dear sir. If you were attempting to,
Bamf.
bam, you quite succeeded, I assure you.
Alright, well, here is your reply.
Grazie.
I'll try to be forthright with these things. Here you go. Hold on to that.
As far as my Banff goes, my Banff.
Bamf.
Yeah.
Our little chipmunk friend runs up to the king with this note attached to its back.
I'm gonna do what I did the first time.
Oh shit, what am I?
Considering with the hour, I'm gonna go ahead and start
What are you
hitting.
looking for?
Waiting for the
My
hour
life
to
less.
hit its peak.
I was gonna say, that's what you're
Just
looking
kind of-
for, but I might be-
That
Okay,
way I catch
you're-
it there too early as opposed to too late.
Okay, so you get there and go ahead and roll another either nature or survival, whichever's better. And whatever the success, and I'll let you know how much you succeed with in a minute.
That explains why my roll was so low a few minutes ago.
This is
on
where
one
it's entertaining.
A few minutes ago I rolled a D12 without realizing it.
We'll make that 3 or 4 to just say yes.
Nope. That's not plausible. Because there's an interesting fact to the Leprechaun King's whims. Do you know what he did the second he wrote down your clues?
Hmm.
He put them randomly into the envelopes without looking. I have not even looked at which ones I handed which of you. So as a result, it is quite honestly a truth. So no matter how many hero points you burn, the answer will be, you watch this little chip, okay, so everyone watches this little chipmunk skitter up to the king with a message tied to its back good news is that you have no idea where the chipmunk came from. He pulls it out, opens up the message, picks up his flagon, closes it up, busts out laughing, and goes, "My dear, if it were as simple as asking me, I cut up me recipe into 5 parts and randomly stuffed it in some envelopes. As a result, I could not answer you, no matter how hard I wanted to." And then you watch as he takes a very long pull off of the flask of wine that you gave him, because once it affects you once, it won't affect you twice. It seems this has gotten a bit sweeter as the evening's progressed. Hence the magic no longer being affected. Ah, the greed of men does sour wine. And he
It was worth attempting.
Another song, perhaps, my lord. My king.
Well, I do like it when you call me your king. And he... So what say the rest of you? Another song? You're safe if you're still where you went. Would you say you're still where you went at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. I needed to know that because if she's going to sing again, if you're not in the room, you're safe.
Yeah.
I
would be outside waiting for the hour.
You lost that role. It's an hour, and you haven't bequeathed anything else.
Oh, I'm not actually casting a spell with this one.
Doesn't matter.
I'm literally using. Well, I am.
You're using
Doing
your
me.
skills.
Indeed.
All right, and
I do need my book back though.
oh shoot, I'm sorry. Perfect. That actually is perfect for exactly what you just said too. So that's great. So as this progresses, you he smiles at you. Says, I could do with another song. Something with a bit of pace. A bit of body, maybe a bit of race.
My dearest king, 'twould not be me if I did not challenge thy fantasy. I will sing that which I will, and you will enjoy the words I spill.
He just kind of giggles and says, "Oh, I know I will." He is obviously somewhat entranced by whatever this woman has done.
Moon shadow, moon shadow, lay thee down thy heavy heart, lay thee down thy chains and reins, lay thee down the sadness and the pain. The moon shadow has called your name. The cool
Did you write something?
Oh, no, I figured it was the same. Actually, I probably should. Give me a second.
The wood is wrapped in stone.
I was like, what the fuck did I just do?
You hear, you watch as she sings, and right about this time, as the song ends, you hear the bells toll on midnight.
Boom.
And with the 12th toll,
Boom.
as she finishes singing,
Boom.
the light of the moon filters down through the crescent moon
Boom.
shape.
Boom. Boom.
Skylights.
Boom.
And
Boom.
just highlights her.
Boom. Boom.
I need you to roll a perception check. It's like a spotlight of moonbeams.
On her?
Mm-hmm. And she needs to roll perception.
That's gonna be a 9.
At y'all's level, it's kind of just a don't.
38.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, so notey thingy. So you'd notice this, but nobody else is there. I can use this notey thingy. Yes, I'm just refolding it over and over again.
You need a pencil?
Nope. Had to find mine. Okay, so 38 you said?
Yeah.
Yes, we realize and apologize that a large amount of this is written on notes, but they're not allowed to all know what everybody knows this time.
Right.
That's metagaming.
That's very metagamey.
What?
It's very metagamey if we all know what everybody said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Interesting.
Way less metagaming.
The chipmunk returns to the kitchen. I went a little out
I
of
feel like
my
I'm
way
in
for
fucking
this
middle
one.
school or elementary school, just constantly passing notes around.
Yeah, gets it out of
Here
your
you go.
system.
Since you'll need that again.
Cool.
I didn't look.
That is greatly appreciated. Okay.
I continue my aria in lieu of the silence.
I am trying to use my hobnobbler feat, which is being through I learn information through conversation, and the information I gather, information exploring activity takes half as long as normal. I'm a master at the skill, so it takes me. I learn information at the normal speed. And I'm trying to use this feat against Anaya to see what they know.
Okay, so convince them, talk to them, question them. Let's hear this. Role play it out.
Let me see the feet again.
And I'll tell you when you need to roll. It gives you a +2 or +4 circumstance bonus to your opposing roll to get them to talk. Now go ahead and roll your how do you want to try and convince them to? Let's hear this. Have a conversation.
Yeah, I know, and I was like totally not thinking about that. 'Cause everything else has been going on too, and I'm like, wait, what's going on?
Yeah, that's just it. There's so much
I
going on
know.
for this game, and it is so glorious.
I know.
Yes.
That's why I was
Chipmunk
like,
returns to the
can I just like say I'm having this conversation with you and I have no idea what I'm actually trying to say? It
You
actually
seem a little red in the face, my dear.
Oh no, I have plenty more to drink than this normal.
So
I
you
can
got
keep
that
it
right?
decent.
Huh? That's your paper. Write back when you need to write back.
I mean,
Yeah. That was the clue you gave me back, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That you know and nobody else doesn't. You can hold on to this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. You can keep that.
So the next time you need to send me something, we can save paper.
Okay.
Fine as your wine needs to be left at, needs to be saved.
I'm gonna kind of come back the same way though.
Kept for slow and special occasions. Where are my notes? You say you make honey, right?
I do make honey.
You do.
Well, specifically my
Wait.
honeybees.
Are you still where the chipmunk is?
Technically, well, I'm in my seat. The chipmunk did the messaging.
Yes, but have people been seeing this chipmunk going back and forth?
I don't know.
Is it hiding? Have you told it to hide?
No.
Okay, everybody roll a perception, especially, and you get advantage because of where you would be singing at right now.
All right.
We said perception.
Before I allow this fuckery to continue further, I'm realizing that there's a big elephant in the room.
Oh, check that out. Somebody's got to look at that. I rolled with advantage, but they both rolled 18.
Oh, you totally caught this because it's a chipmunk running through a room full of fairies.
For my perception,
That does
42.
bring me down to my coin now.
Oh, yeah, I just needed you to not fail. All of you have a high enough perception. Just don't roll a 1.
Yeah, no.
Syria has no reason to be sneaky. No design. I'd rather win out in the open.
Right.
Yeah, but you don't know what your competition does or doesn't know. Alright. So, who succeeded in that roll?
As long as we didn't fail.
Good, good. Say what?
31.
Yeah, you're good. Alright, so it dawns on you that, like, 2 or 3 times now, you've watched a chipmunk go running up to the king with a note attached to its back, and then go running back. And I'll get to this in a minute. And stop at Exeria. And she's sent 2 notes to the king now that you can at least swear to, and the chipmunk is there at him. And he hasn't quite acknowledged it yet because you had him quite entranced with your song. But you notice this chipmunk sitting there waiting at his feet, hence the advantage because you're in front of him singing. Being loudly charming, as you put it.
I was given no rules.
There are no rules.
I
That's
finish
the
my
point.
song. I float over to the Leprechaun King. I sit in his lap, and I wrap my arms around his shoulders. And I give him a kiss on the
Trying to use the hobnography and
I
since
whisper
everything
in his
else is
ear.
going on, I'm just passing the note to you.
I do hope, my king, that you are having
I'm not trying to
a
overplay
lovely
everything.
time with your games.
Cool.
And basically, what I'm doing is I'm further
This doesn't compel me to tell the truth.
entrancing and
Okay,
delighting
that's
him.
He is quite literally sitting there. He leans a little bit further back into his seat. Just nonchalantly, like you'd expect a man in a brothel almost, without copping a feel, I might add. He puts an arm around you. He's like, oh, fine and well. And he's like, oh, what's this then? Let's see what you have to say now, little scroll. And he opens it up, and I need you to make a perception check.
Thank you.
Can I get the list of ingredients back, please?
What?
Can I get the list of ingredients back?
That's a deep quote. I'm rolling a what again?
He seems to be quite a fan of that Pilsner. He's got it on stage.
Love, 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 love.
Oh. Perception.
That's kind of what I thought was going on.
31.
Definitely higher than the 15 to see it with the way that you're sitting. So here's what that note reads. Okay, where did you hand that to me?
I thought I handed the list of ingredients back to you after I looked at it.
No.
I love that we've all been playing our
Your
own
list.
games.
Oh,
You had it
have
in
it
the note.
somewhere.
I didn't do what I was sending Ginny, but it was Ginger, but it was a note of somebody else's clue of.
Oh, is it the one that I?
Is it on the folded paper then?
Yeah. The one that I think it was my clue.
Yeah, it was. I think it was your clue.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. The what they find.
I just never wrote it all the way down when I looked at it, and
The thing that they describe to you when they come back, as far as the where you sent them would have been. This is the only thing that was in the room.
yeah, but I also overheard Chris when he sent his manservant, and I know what the list of ingredients are, as well.
Okay, that would have been on the one that you were sent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's something I'm trying to remember that I would have known that I didn't get to write down because distractions.
So do you have the list of ingredients, Chris?
I have the note with the list of ingredients.
That's all
That's
she needs.
not what they...
That's not what no, when I sent to I was talking with John when I sent my Axel to do a task for me.
Yeah, and
They
it's
overheard what I
yeah.
was sending him to do and what I had him procure for me.
Yeah.
You didn't because you didn't roll high enough for
I
perception
know
at
that,
that time.
and I need to know what Axel went to go get him, because I didn't get to write all that down, and I'm trying to remember something that I don't have written down, so I can't remember it as a player, but I know I would know it.
Okay, that I can...
Provide me.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what Axel went to go get.
Oh wait, that's this one. I just have to figure out which notes where because there's notes flying
That's
everywhere.
what
I understand why home ec teachers hated it.
Right? Trying to keep track of all these different conversations.
Well, everybody's doing what they need to do right now in order to get their things. So, you read the note. Or have you not read the note yet?
Which note?
Oh, the note that the king just unfolded after pulling
I
out.
was gonna try to read the note. I got a 39.
Here's the note. You can
Or
read
no,
this.
I'm sorry, a 31.
You can read this.
Okay.
He's not trying to hide it from you. You're all sit up in his lap.
I was just saying, I'm not around, so I wouldn't.
Yeah.
We all play vicious games.
Yeah, but I do need you to make a perception roll for me.
Perception roll 4? What's my perception roll for?
We all play vicious.
To see if I would notice something from the side?
Yeah. Since you've been outside.
51.
Oh yeah, you totally noticed.
Do I see the king's reaction to this?
I brought that pencil back.
There it is.
So I'm going to be honest, I am lost on all of this. I have no idea what's going on.
Good. That was my hope.
Oh, that, yeah.
Do I see his response to that?
Yes, as the king reads this, he kind of chuckles, looks over his shoulder. So, what do you think, darling?
Is this another clue?
I have no idea.
Is that what you sent me? Okay.
But that would happen before you came in?
Alright.
My lord, I think it is a most
And yes, you're welcome to do that when you come back in.
My lord, I I think it is a most broad question that can be answered both truthfully and only in part. If you want to know the truth of my thoughts.
It's like, he looks up and he goes, well, that being the case, I have been asked what my desired thing of the evening is.
Oh no, components. A recipe, I see.
You.
Well,
I don't need to know anything more than the components themselves.
Oh, let me see here.
Who's friend, darling?
Oh,
A
you're
bit
not,
of honey.
I haven't came in the room yet.
Oh, you're not back yet?
No.
Okay.
A bit of yeast.
I didn't know if you were yet or not.
Oh, so
Let me
you're
know when
not
you're
here
back.
yet.
I want to talk
A
to
bit
you.
of honey, a bit
All
of
right.
yeast.
A bit of clover.
Oh.
Bottled moonlight. Oh. Yes. And the flowers, untouched essence. It's one specific flower, though. And I'm too drunk to recall which one.
Is this a truth that everyone hears?
This is something everybody inside would hear. You would be walking up as he's reciting this, actually.
Okay.
You see Bruce start walking back
Bruce,
in.
can I see your clue again? My brain has deleted it.
What?
Your brain.
You should have wrote that down.
Yeah,
Do you
he's
have,
right.
Do you have recall knowledge? Then you ain't gonna remember nothing.
Okay, you remember that little torn paper that you had?
I do have recall knowledge.
Remember that little torn piece of paper that you had?
Which one?
The one that you were passing around openly.
Oh, that he should have it.
Okay, wherever that one is that you passed around openly. The one that said the...
I don't remember where that got to, honestly. Like, and we done wrote so many notes.
No, I do remember it. Never mind.
Okay.
Like,
Good. Because you would recall it exactly how you wrote it.
I'm still trying to feed the puppy, and I'm still trying to clear the table of the food. There's still so much food on this table, so I'm trying to eat as much as possible. And
Well, it appears that the more you eat, the more they keep refilling all the platters on the table.
yep, I'll quit at that, knowing that or that fact.
I'm just gonna let it sit like I'm full.
Yep, clear the table.
I was just speaking on that subject to the.
I'm gonna come back into the room and purposely bump someone serving food or drinks. As I'm doing this, I'm actually casting Defy Fae, which means that I can literally turn all Fae folk into believing that I am and appear drunk.
Okay, so Bruce comes back and looks like he done got bombed in the garden.
Well, they don't even know where I came from. They just know that I came back and I'm bombed.
While they're doing their talking, I slip out into the garden.
Okay. What you looking for in the garden?
Wait, she just slipped out.
Were you doing this
Perception.
openly or?
Openly, or are you doing this stealthily?
No, I'm doing it openly, just quietly.
Okay.
I'm not making a fuss of myself.
1, 2, 3 of those things are
Just the last one.
just the last one.
Just the last
I'm about to really fuck with you because it's something that's actually canon for this particular place.
Let's fill the silence. It's too
This is
quiet.
fun.
Right?
I'm enjoying this. How about you? Your singing is lovely.
Right.
Mwah, ha, 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 ha.
I know.
But that's what you remembered on your note. I remember reading it.
Yes, I remembered what was on his clue.
Okay, well, make sure you write down where you're pulling that from, because otherwise, yes, it's everywhere at this point.
So are we rolling to perception?
Not here. I'm very well aware of that. In the really real world, it's always in an hour of twilight in the Faerylt.
So, like...
Hand me the book. I'll write it down because I can't break it. I can't do that.
That's when it begins?
Yeah. And you watch as your monarch butterfly friend slips out, and Bruce staggers in at the end of your next aria, drunk. Very drunk.
Oh, I cast...
Gloves are off. People are at each other now.
Right?
Everyone's like, how can I get you guys?
I have an innate spell of invisibility. It says H+2. When I'm done with my second aria, I simply disappear in a twinkle of starlight.
As you walk up and hear her finishing her aria, she goes,
Can I
Little
roll
star-
perceive?
invisible. No.
I have,
You'd have to actually cast a spell to catch this.
okay.
Oh. I just kind of chuckle at Lyra's disappearance.
Xeria. Oh, no, Lyra, sorry.
Yeah, no, you
Actually,
just
I have
walked
a spell,
off.
but
No,
I'm
I
not
did
worried
this.
about it.
She disappeared in starlight.
However, I would like to use this to boost my chances. Using recall
Actually, I have a
knowledge,
spell that I can
nature.
use, but I'm not worried about using
I would like to deduce what kind of. I'd like to petition you for helpful hint, specifically the answer to the riddle as to the exact type of flower I'm looking for, using my recall nature.
I'm going to be honest with you. Call nature would not work. In this particular case, it would be recalling the piece of academia, because it's written knowledge, not a nature lore in this particular case.
Just gonna like dig a little hole in the ground and like just like kind of put the bottle there and set it in and then return to the tavern.
Okay, I do have recall knowledge, or society too, which would have been the recall knowledge for that.
So you're doing that.
I'm gonna take
Or rather, I want to give myself advantage on a recall knowledge check. If I may.
Go for it.
There's that. Because I did use that to give myself advantage. Where'd my d20s go?
There's one.
There's one. There's.
Oh, it's right to the left of the sink by the light, or by the window. You got it.
That would be a nat 20 and a 2. So a nat 20.
need you to roll perception for me real quick, Liz.
You need my Jimmy dice for this?
Yes, you do. Because this is totally going to affect the flavor of what you need to do.
So I come up to a total of 48.
Perception was.
Is it more than 40?
I don't. Yes, it's 45. God, I suck at math. Right. I cannot even pretend that I'm any good at that at all.
And I'm assuming, since it's your clue, you knew exactly where to go and which thing to grab.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And you did this all invisible? Yes. So you're able to store the right thing.
And then I returned to the bar, but instead of going back to the stage or the king's lap, I returned to my spot at this table. And I put a little turkey on my plate and some gravy and some mashed potatoes, and I started bowing down. Again.
You can, yes.
Okay.
God, I love this game so much.
Right.
You certainly can try.
Oh!
Okay.
In this particular case, it legitimately is try.
Okay.
Your sleight of hand versus their reflex save. Pick your targets. That's up there.
Ah.
Everybody has their skills. I told you guys that.
Yes.
And this is one of those things
I
that
set myself up to be persuasive little butterfly.
you might have set yourself up to persuasive little butterfly. But you're not the only person that's set up to be persuasive, conniving, deceptive, diplomatic, convincing, shisty. It's all here. That's what's making this flow so gloriously. So, while they're tuning to their clues, what are you doing?
Trying to figure it out, but I have no idea. I am so beyond lost. All I really know is my clue. I haven't had a chance to look at anybody else's because I don't have anything to convince them to let me look.
This goes to Pudgy.
Well, it's very easy.
Vague.
When it goes past, anything you get perception on, you're allowed to know.
So I could do a perception on that?
If it's not folded from this point on, as it goes back and forth.
Okay, I want to roll perception on whatever she just handed passed.
From this point forward, so next thing to pass, if you all don't fold it.
I did fold it. It was upside down.
It was upside down.
Yeah, it was upside down folded whenever they handed it.
If you have a chance, that's it. Just to make this a little bit more fun. If people can see what you wrote, they're allowed to look at that particular message only.
I didn't see it.
Oh, I caught Anaya looking at the note I passed to Jordan earlier.
It's
From this point forward.
Yep. Nope.
So I'm just sitting here
As the clock is ticking down.
I'm just sitting here
If I don't
like,
make
I
it
know I'm not
an
going to
actual
win, so I'm going to
in-character
guarantee
attempt to
food and
understand
get
it,
drunk because it's fun.
Fair enough.
I make no
I thought
attempt.
it was
Whiskey,
very
please.
clever of you, to be honest.
Right.
You order whiskey.
No, but if I don't make
you
an
watch the
actual
king
attempt to
get
perceive
down
it, I
off
don't
his
commit it
throne.
to memory.
Fair enough.
And he's hey lad, Little trick for you. There's more than one way to win a prize.
But I'm so beyond like confused.
Well, think about what you know. Think about what you don't know.
So before
Think about what you want to know.
Okay.
And just to add a little fuel to the fire, I would point out that nobody has tried to pickpocket anybody else's clue out of their pocket as it is on a slip of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be under thievery?
Mine's not.
That would be under sleight of hand thievery, yes.
So before I got up from the table, I actually sent Chris and Chris's character, Draxian. Okay, so I sent Draxon a discreet note, basically asking, are you my friend? Yes or no? Question mark. Or
still waiting to see
checkbox.
Okay.
So, based off of his
Puzzle out the
reply,
answer.
I'm gonna take and pass him a copy of my clue, discreetly.
Okay.
Or, just run along.
It's all folded up in white paper. You guys aren't going to get anything out of that one. I'm going to start paying attention to all this note passing. If I see anything unfolded or where it would be easily read by somebody, everybody get a perception check. We can roleplay this out a bit.
So, on my recall knowledge check.
It is getting late though.
Doo-doo-doo.
Yeah, we haven't even.
Oh yeah, I rolled a nat 20 and a 2 on that, so it was.
This might have to be like
I'm
a
trying to
two-part
puzzle out
campaign.
the answer to his derp, his clue to figure out
The
the
only
exact
flower
flower
in
I'm
the garden
looking
is
for.
a rose.
That's what I was thinking, but I wanted to make sure I was certain.
I'm good.
Alright.
So,
Well, then I go and do that then.
in my drunken stupor, I'm going to get up and bump their character.
I'm not
Miracle.
inside.
Oh, you're not inside?
No.
Okay.
No, they got up and walked out into the garden.
So I want to
So
run
what
a
characters are still
thievery or a sleight of hand thievery on, since she's right next to me. See if I can steal. her
Actually, she
clue.
went she's invisible.
She went
Yeah.
invisible. Was this when I was outside?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So who would I be next to? Who would be closest to me besides him?
The closest to you besides him would probably be, to the best of my knowledge, Galaxy.
Yeah.
What?
Galaxy would be closest to you.
We're talking about you, not to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who was closest to.
I'm gonna.
So I don't know if they can do. Will they do like a DC save against my thievery to try to stop me?
Uh-huh.
So I want to do a
Go
thievery.
ahead and roll it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll it to nonchalantly.
Try to steal their clue. 36.
No, I thought we were
what am
friends.
I?
Reflex save.
Reflex.
Yep.
Can I count one of my hero points?
You can count it to reroll.
Okay, I'm doing that. And 39? Fuck. 13 and 26 is 39, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I got a 12 and a 24, so I got a 36.
Meter beat. They notice. You feel Draxel's clawed little fairy dragon hand in your pocket, right next to that clue of yours.
I grab him.
Wherever you might be holding that currently.
I grab him by the hand as he's slipping it into my pocket, and I say, "What you reaching for? I thought we had agreements."
All's fair in love and war, and it's a war right now.
This is just supposed to be peaceful fun. I didn't think thievery was involved.
I want to win.
Ooh. If you want to win, that bad. Do you know what the flower is? And maybe I'll help you.
Maybe I do.
I'm using uncanny acumen which is a boost to my perception, to specifically listen on this conversation. Keep going.
You're fine. You don't even have to try.
With my discreet inquiry feat, he has to either exceed my deception DC.
Yeah, so you need to.
You need to roll your deception,
Yes.
and he needs to roll.
And you need to deceive him into telling you that. You need to inquire in a manner that makes him want to tell you. Let's hear it.
So what do I have to roll?
No. First, she has to make her inquiry.
And then I get to decide whether you get an advantage, disadvantage, or a straight roll.
Okay.
Based on
how she makes the inquiry.
Our friends have had peace, as well as a wonderful trade agreement for years, and you really just got caught stealing out of my pocket. I think the best bet right now would to be sharing what you know about that flower.
But if it was like diplomatic for real, that'd be different. But it's since, like you said, it's just a game. We're all having fun, so we're just trying to win.
DC challenge is a 34.
34? That's a flat.
Just a flat.
Yep.
And what am I rolling for? Just fortitude.
Is that a willpower?
Or a willpower.
Yeah, that's a will save. That has to do with convincing you of something. Wherever this is going.
And what'd you have?
34.
39.
Oh. Okay, so you don't have to tell me anything. Or you can tell me a lie.
Or you could tell me the truth because you want to.
Or you could tell me the truth because
Or
you
you
want
could just laugh blatantly and go, yeah, right. You're allowed to do all of these things.
Yeah.
Nothing is off the table.
All I will say is that it is a type of rose. I don't know who knows that or who doesn't, but I'm just going to say it's a type of rose. There's more than one type, so that doesn't give a whole lot away.
So,
I gave a half-truth.
that's fair. You're allowed to tell as much or as little of the truth as you want, so that's perfectly fine.
I just wanted to see if I could find a merchant.
No.
Or somebody who would make sales for gold.
Oh, where's my book? You have my book.
Yes. Because I was answering you.
By the way, it is 8 o'clock.
Oh.
Real quick before I forget, while he's trying to steal their plume, can I try to steal his invite point?
Yes.
lean in real close.
So you're gonna try and pick his pocket for the
this
coin.
to him as a little half truth as well, to just show good favor for understanding how offended I was with a long-serving peace agreement all of a sudden being possibly disrupted for pickpocketing.
Well,
just
my
get into
lady
the
Leprechaun.
apex. It's 8 o'clock.
Okay.
The lady.
Yeah, that's why I
I
don't.
would like to offer
45?
you my
I don't know who's down, but it is
In
getting a little
exchange,
late.
since
I would be
know
okay with picking this up next week and
for a
making
vial of
it
your
a
bottled
two-parter.
moonbeams.
I know it's supposed to be a one-off,
Wow.
but it's really
Yeah,
interesting
that's
campaign, and I wouldn't mind picking it up next week.
I have quite precisely the clue.
But I know we need to
But you
involve
have
Denver
quite
at the same
precisely
time. I
the
don't want
clue
her to
that
feel
I
left,
need.
them to feel left out.
Well,
I believe
it's also
we can come
Anaya's.
to an agreement.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
So do I succeed on picking your pocket?
What'd you get?
45.
And I have to do a will save or a
Reflex.
I take another bottle
Reflex.
out of my capsule. I put about half of
Well, let's
it
just say I have
into
to
the
crit it
bottle.
or get a 19 to meet or beat.
Fair exchange.
There you are.
Because I know what my, if I'm right, I know what my
And I
reflex
just gave you
is.
my clue in asking.
Yep. No. Oh, sweet. It is higher than I thought. Oh, that was cockeyed. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw that.
that's not much better, but 37.
Yeah, I took it. You didn't notice.
So that's
That coin is no longer. That is not like one of your hero points. That was your invite coin. Hand it down.
That would be my invite coin.
Yeah, that's the other nice thing about these nice little clues is if somebody steals your clue, you don't have it anymore. So you better remember what it is.
I'm gonna go to Grier Corseflight and ask him to fetch me some yeast and clover from the kitchen.
So with me having the invite coin, does that mean he no longer has his clue?
No, because the clue was
Okay.
written separately.
Okay.
Okay. Because the roses statement was made loud enough for everybody to hear, everyone would know that the only place that they can find roses, and they all are this very odd orangish tipped red rose that looks almost like a fairy did the painted rose thing with it in orange and red.
I already know. Are you sure?
The only place that they exist in the entirety of all of the decor is in the garden. And they're the only flower in the garden that isn't like lavender.
So
And with that, we're going to take a brief bio break because this is running much longer than we thought.
Yeah.
And we need to think about things, and I need to potty.
Yeah, and I need to...
I think we're getting so close to the answer.
I'm going to call my dad, let him know I'm probably not going to make it out to those places tonight. Okay.
Can I see that one more time?
It is okay to be so stressed and overwhelmed that you feel like you need to talk to someone about it. And by that, I mean going to therapy. Lately, the transition from college into post-grad and working full-time and adulting has been really stressful. It's a lot of change. And so I've been using BetterHelp to help guide me through this huge transitional time in my life, and I've been loving it. BetterHelp will assess your needs and match you with a professional, licensed therapist in as little as 48 hours from signing up. The therapist I've been talking to specializes in work-life balance.
I thought you said that you were serious about growing on Instagram. Then how come you haven't gotten into my free Instagram growth course that you could get by clicking this link right here? Right now, it is 100% free. It has a ton of secrets that you will not find on my YouTube channel about growing on Instagram.
Searching for music for your next video? Then you need to check out Artlist. With amazing new music added daily and one simple license that covers everything. Artlist is the
And we are back again, and much more into the thick of it. So, with private discussions, whispering, and things that nobody would have heard anyway, in order to keep everything in the discretion of it all, I need... where's my list of names? I need Lyria to roll a stealth check.
You said a stealth check with advantage, correct?
Correct. Because you are invisible, you get advantage on this.
Oh wait, I gave that to you.
Oh yeah, you did.
It was a 41.
It was a 41, correct. So who is in the garden right now? The two of you need to roll perception, because it is the moon, and while you are invisible, what you're doing is not.
43.
46.
You barely think you catch a glint of something pink at the far darkest corner of the garden, but then it's gone. They didn't succeed by that much, and you would have been as discreet as you could in doing what you were doing. You made that very clear.
Yep.
You are back at the table. You are staggering around drunk. Is it the correct one or the wrong one?
They're both correct.
Okay. I just needed to know. And that's between the two of you.
Ow. I just stabbed myself in the eye.
I actually don't need to know that particular part. But that is a yes.
Oh no, I'm good. With me staggering around, and mingling, pretending that I am drunk, I'm gonna go ahead and cast Expedious Investigation, which basically allows me to notice if there's anything invisible around me or trying to hide and stealth around me.
Okay. Your stealth check, when we're going to go off of your previous one, was what?
41.
Go ahead and roll with your, I believe it's investigation for that?
No, I don't have an investigation.
No, this is
a bonus for it.
Yeah, this should be a feat.
Oh wait, that would be a perception, but it's a perception-based feat. That's what it is. So go ahead and roll your perception check on a d20.
Okay. 51.
Oh, yeah. So,
Boom.
you see, well, about how far out is that? How far does your low light vision go?
It's 60 feet.
He's in the ballroom, isn't he?
Yes.
I turned visible as soon as I was done and walked nonchalantly back into the tavern. If that makes any sense, or into the ballroom, if that makes any sense.
Yes, but you would have been within his... You see Lyria actually go from being invisible to being visible as she walks back into the ballroom, blending in with the mingling crowd.
Okay.
That's what you're able to catch with this. Other than that, there's nothing really invisible.
Okay.
But the coin in your hand seems to be hiding something.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm going to take and what is your character's name again?
Lyria.
Lyria? Okay, I'm gonna take and bump into Lyria and attempt to steal their coin.
Okay, so roll a thievery check. Roll your reflex save.
While that's happening, I walk in. John?
I would like to roll a crafting check now that I've gotten back to the table.
Ooh, net 20.
I'm crafting a honey.
That's nat 20, dude. You might as well not even roll. He succeeded at that unless you can nat 20 him.
As much of it as I can make with the honey.
Frack a mac.
I got a net 20.
So unless you can nat 20, it's an instant fit.
At which point I have you guys roll off, because if you both nat 20 it, then whoever wins gets it keeps going until nobody nat 20s.
Well, my net 20 plus my thievery comes out to being 52.
Doesn't matter.
I did not.
Yeah.
I got a 15.
So, that coin that I handed you that was your token to get in, I need you to hand it to him, please.
As this is happening...
It seems to be exactly the same as all the others, by the way.
Okay.
As this is happening, I kind of walk in with the rose that I would need from the garden inside with a few of the other things that I needed. That I ordered from the kitchen.
The things that you ordered from the kitchen are exactly as you ordered them, and they are exactly what you were supposed to get. They're what's on your list.
Yeah. And then
I can actually say that to you and know that it is exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah. So I got that, and then I got all these other pieces that I've been collecting. The rose, a few other pieces.
A good honey mead takes 2 days minimum to brew, 6 months max.
Mm-hmm.
You got any magic to... You'll get a honey beer in by morning if you're lucky.
I'm aware. One sec. I think I might actually have a thing. But it's
And the whispering continues because Adun broke the players in some ways. Like, we do apologize-ish for this running so long, but I kind of wrote a very interesting session that everybody's having a blast with. And while they're whispering and thinking to themselves, you just get to hear me blabber. I apologize.
No. I'm going to use my own mead as a base. It's a pure, unadulterated honey mead.
Okay.
Rather than plain water.
Yeah, but... Okay. That's perfectly fine. You can craft what you want. Go for it.
I'm taking a swinging guess.
Okay, so you're inside, right? Another thing that you'd notice, because there's no way you can hide somebody doing this. Oh, and you're watching this at the table because there's a limited amount of space. There's like a 10-foot ring around your all's table and each individual table.
Yeah.
One thing that you would all definitely see who are inside currently is the monarch, and I keep slipping her name.
Exeria.
Thank you, Exeria. Has started brewing mead at the table.
What started brewing mead?
Xeria has started brewing mead at the table.
Oh, you're making another batch of your special, eh?
Oh, something extra special. I'm pouring a little bit of the various things I've collected in. And my crafting on that was a natural 19 for a 41.
Okay. And you get a nice honey beer in about 45 minutes if you go by that rate. To actually craft it into a full-blown, full-bodied mead, you would still have to age it for 6 months.
Yep. Nope, I'm aiming for something that is realistic.
Okay.
And I poured in.
It's now closing in on 1:30 in the morning, by the way.
Yeah, take a glass of it.
Here you go.
And I
Thank you.
I step up to the, I step up to the king and
I got some more, I think.
my dearest apologies, I haven't had enough time to brew something of the
I'll give it to Liz
best
at the end of the
strength.
night so she has something for before bed.
My dearest apologies, I haven't had time to brew something of the correct strength, but I think you will like what I've made.
He smiles, looks at everybody, his leprechaun guests, some of which you have, by this point, all identified as being like members of the courtly family, things of that nature. And he laughs, and he takes the whole, what you brought.
I brought the large chalice.
And he smiles. He laughs at you and goes, well, the cup, she's all wrong.
Okay.
I gave you one to serve. The drink? Well, she's fine. She's not the finest drink upon earth. Now, while this is a good attempt, and I'll drink this fine schwill, get on with your task before I bid you ill will. And he actually, you feel your body turn around and he Bigby hand boots you in the butt forward, pushing you.
Get back to brewing.
Before you do that, you and I are going to go have a quick discussion. Hold on
You
to
and
this.
me?
Yes. I need to make sure of something. Because I need to know how this is going to come out. I need to know what something is, and I don't need it given away to the rest of the group.
Okay.
Oh no.
Dun dun dun. Suspense.
Right?
He gave us glasses.
I don't remember that.
I already know the song being a mother.
I'm saying as a
I'm
player.
excited. I think I've got it.
Right? Like, I didn't know
I feel like I've got it. I feel like I'm at least on the right vein.
I mean, you're missing some clues.
I feel like I'm on the right vein.
I think I've got.
I would not nearly be as far as I am without Liz, but due to some player background story, that's why she's helping me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just because, like, you guys would have assumed by the way Liz and I are interacting with each other, you would assume that we already know each other. So there's definitely some backstory that you guys don't know about that is why she is helping me. Like, we've got a long childhood history. I ended up saving her life, but that is a story for maybe next year. But
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got most of everything. I think I've got just the final. I need some more ingredients that I don't know.
The only one I'm still a little unsure about is part of my clue, and that's I won't know the answer until I end up where I need to end up, and the ballroom is not where I need to be right now. Dun dun dun. Clues.
Fine schwill is what he called the shit I made.
I mean, I'm sure it was a fine good ale.
Here, this one's not charmed.
And I take a nice long guzzle out from it. Oh, this is a delightful
I used
wine.
my own meat as a base.
Yes.
Not the kind I brought for y'all.
I understand. This is delightful. You were one of the finest makers I have ever encountered.
You'll have to stop by A-Swing sometime.
I would love to visit A-Swing.
I mean, I do stay somewhat in the Fen.
And if you ever travel along the Dragonfire route, be known that you will always have safe passage among our trade route.
Oh, wonderful. I do like the idea of traveling to check in on the populations of my kind who are in the various Fens. I mean, now that I've lost one, left once, I might as well consider it again.
Does that, okay, and that answers all of those questions. That was close.
Yes. Oh, I don't need to do that.
They've decided to work together. Interesting fact about that. You actually do see them both like whispering back and forth at the table like two schoolgirls.
You should team up and kick their asses. Not
Louder.
physically.
Louder.
Good.
Can I roll perception to hear both of them?
Yes.
We're talking quietly.
Well, they can still roll perception to try and hear you.
Natural 20.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so go ahead and just say it.
I was trying to listen in on both y'all.
I rolled a natural 20. Are you going to broadcast it all?
We're talking about exposing the coin to moonlight. That's it. That's all we're talking about.
Okay. You hear something about coins being exposed to moonlight briefly.
And I said, no, this is bullshit. We should team up and kick their asses. Not physically, but...
And I said
I turn
agree.
invisible, and I flit outside, and as soon as I do, I fly right to the sky, and I hold the coin out like this.
Okay, do me a favor. I need you to check how long that feat runs for.
Okay.
Because you're using that thing that you had started using that thing that detects the invisibility of anything trying to conceal itself.
Yeah.
I'm
If
also
you're
going-
turning yourself invisible.
But
I'm
my
also
question
going to
is,
fly outside, but not nearly attempting to be invisible.
my question is
Wait.
this:
Yep, just
whose coin would they be holding up? They don't have their own.
I
That
have
is
my
correct.
coin. I
You
gave it to
hadn't
them
gotten
while we were
Jordan's
chatting.
yet.
Oh,
She
And
was
I was
asking
working
about
with her.
coins.
true.
So this is the clues I got. This one's mine.
Okay.
And if you
Okay.
it's mine.
You're invisible.
very careful.
A coin is not. A coin is very hard to see against a nighttime backdrop. We would all agree with this.
Yeah.
So, with one of the coins, show me how you're holding that up. Like that. As you do, the coin opens
Okay.
and elongates and widens a little bit and starts looking more like, well, it's got wine in it, but a decanter. And the liquid that slowly pours itself in is almost silvery bluish white,
Okay.
pearlescent. It looks like somebody liquidized a rainbow moonstone, and it glows in a very large decanter and actually casts quite a bit of light everywhere except for where your hand is.
As soon as the
And I need
bottle-
everybody to make a perception check at a difficulty
I'm
of
doing
20.
the same thing. Having heard them.
These are all my clues.
And as soon as it
hold on.
fills, I pop
Perception
the
check.
Yeah,
bottle in it.
both of you roll a
And
perception
then-
check. The difficulty is a 15. So basically, I know with both of your scores,
35.
it's don't roll a 1.
And
I've
then
already
I
got
take
it,
the
unless I rolled
bottle.
one.
That's why you're rolling.
That's why you're rolling just in
I
case you
take the
do roll a
bottle
one.
and I drop it down my shirt.
Seven.
Because
It's the size of a decanter.
Nine.
I drop it
36.
down my shirt. I stuff it down my shirt.
Dressed like
Yeah, I
that,
definitely got it.
I want you to roll an acrobatics check.
We didn't.
Oh, that's fair. That is fair.
We
So,
both-
like,
up your sleeve.
John.
We both succeeded on our perception.
Yeah,
I just carry mine in.
Before the bonus.
okay, you see two glowing decanters, and one just kind of tries to. We'll see how well it disappears in a second.
Okay.
But you watch as like it looks like a coin shape enlarges and turns into a decanter and fills with moonlight outside the
36.
window. 36.
And is this the
You're
coin
great.
that turns into the?
Yeah, the coin,
that
like
Brian
the
has.
ones you've been
Okay.
jacking.
Still invisible. I flip right back down to the basement, and I hand it to Galaxy.
Okay.
Add this to the concoction.
And in
I'm
the
doing
cellar
this.
where we're at, she finds me at a vat or a cask where I have added all the ingredients. For those who do not know the ingredients, I'm not going to list them yet. And I take the decanter from her, pour it in, and close the vat. And before I'd come down, I had my maid, Ginger, snag her plate off.
No, I had taken my plate down when I came down the
Oh,
first
you
time.
did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I specifically told him that I had brought my plate down when we went to the cellar in the first place.
Okay. As you empty the decanters, they turn back into coins.
And I take my coin.
Just one. I only have one.
Yeah.
Or as you empty the decanter, it turns back into a coin.
I take my coin and tuck it away nice and safe. And I close the vats, and I take the goblet that was her plate.
No. So my plate is there. I look at you and I go, the secret ingredient. I take the last bite of cheesecake and I pop it in my mouth.
As you pop the last bite of cheesecake into your mouth, the plate turns into a chalice of pure glass, like French glass clear green crystal with gold fluting and the same shamrock crest woven in knotwork on 4 facets to it. Roughly the size of a relatively large punch bowl. And right about that time you hear a ding sound and the hatch pops open and a spout appears on the side of the cask.
I twist the spout, fill the chalice, and turn the spout again.
And I hand you the
Write down
chalice.
the ingredients you used and pass them to me, please.
Yes, no, I will do that.
Okay.
Hang on.
Okay.
False ingredients on that list still, too.
Oh.
I did not be entirely correct. Let me stop that before we screw up ourselves.
Yeah, like,
Hang
if
on.
you don't give me the right ingredients,
Yeah.
I'm going to
Okay.
let you brew it.
Yeah. So, I take that and return to the king. Your Majesty, I present to you the greatest beverage of all time. And hand him his glass. And I will write down those ingredients and hand them over in T-minus 2 minutes.
How was it brewed?
Well, it's in the cask. I had added my own mead, which is just an unfettered honey mead. It's my most basic brew.
Okay, so you're down in the basement as well then?
Yes.
Okay, then you see her take the last bite off of her plate, and as that last bite of cheesecake disappears, you see it form up into this chalice. You have the majority of the coins still, so you've got bottled moonlight galore.
Yeah.
Now, here's what's interesting.
I sent
You
Korea
think
for it.
back to your plate, and it's still about half full because they kept on putting food on your plate the whole time. Now that you all think about it, all of your plates are relatively full, and for some reason, Lyria's is missing.
I've sent Greer for mine.
This is what's actually in there.
Yes.
With post haste.
Between the two of our knowledge, that is exactly what is in there.
Okay. You can certainly present it just like everybody else.
Oh God. Well, we just did. So
Yeah,
well,
with
did.
with grace
Okay.
and poise, I did.
I sit on the floor shoveling food into my plate.
What are you
Looking
gentlemen
with
doing?
I'm gonna go ahead, since I noticed their plate is missing, I'm gonna go ahead and start eating the food off of my plate and not letting anybody touch my plate while I'm doing said thing, so it can be refilled.
As you take your last bites, you watch them pull their batch out the cask. You watch your plate, with to the awe of everybody else in the room, because they're down in the basement where theirs transformed. You watch yours turn into a chalice.
Okay.
And it's a relatively large chalice. And when you think about the amount of ingredient that was called for, by the way, I do have one other question. As everybody has used honey in theirs, I need you to write down the weight of the amount of honey that you put in. It matters in proper brewing.
What, do you want it like in ratio or?
No, there is an actual
weight?
amount and weight that was given that is necessary for the recipe to come out right.
Yes, there was.
I need to know how much you put in so I know how strong you got it back.
Yeah, I've already got it.
Yeah. So while he does that, we decided to team up. So I'm gonna take the coins. And I'm gonna take them outside and fill them with the moonlight.
Okay.
And let them turn into.
You now have 3 jars of moonlight.
Yeah.
By the way, you pretty much all would understand that this is a recipe for one batch. It is actually the correct proportion for one batch of mead.
And then,
if you like it a little sweet. And no, you can't use meta information for that, but I thought you'd appreciate the cookie.
So we need to write them down. You want to write them down?
It's an Easter egg.
Sure.
Exeria has.
I'm hoping the How to Drink guy will try it.
No.
Not sponsored,
Exeria
but I like him.
has demonstrated understanding of mead crafting.
Yes, but she doesn't have the proper weight yet for this particular, and she doesn't know his particular taste. Because if you're going to put in the weight of one thing,
What weight do you want this in? What measurement?
we can use it in pounds.
Because we made a
That
lot.
one first, right?
You made enough that if you use enough honey, you should get enough mead at the proper potency to fill this chalice.
No, we need to take.
It is.
In pounds? You don't measure honey in pounds.
Yes, you do.
Final.
Do you?
Yes,
Yeah.
honey is measured in pounds.
Very easily.
It's measured in pounds at the grocery store here.
We already got the moonlight.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
When one is making a mead, one uses larger measurements. You
So
need
this
one.
will only make enough to fill the chalice.
Yes, it's a punch bowl sized chalice.
Okay.
1 pound of honey. Yeah. 1 pound of honey.
Mm-hmm.
No?
Nope, because it'll all ferment and cook off. And
1 pound of honey.
1 pound of honey?
That's our final answer. That's our final.
Okay, so you put 1 pound of honey into this as well. And as he comes back, and you bring the chalice, and it does fill about halfway.
Oh.
As you present this, I taste the luck in here. And
Oh!
oh, if you would like to roll a if you would like to roll the crafting check on this, you get a plus 36 to your bonus, plus
Yes.
whatever you have, just based solely off of the what was used to brew it.
Can you can somebody look up what Wash Me Luck does, and then I also have
Gives you one reroll.
superior crafting or something like that.
Superior crafting will give you,
Yeah, specialty crafting.
so you can totally use all of that.
That's a feat. I'm not sure. how
Yeah,
to use
your
it.
bonuses will all come into account for this.
I'm gonna use insect shape to make myself as tiny as humanly possible. I am
33 for crafting with a plus one.
probably I'm probably a very very young honeybee.
Okay.
Or,
To
I'm sorry, it's a feat.
sample
It's a feat.
my work while I'm working.
What type of
Tiny
Yeah.
skill?
It's the exact recipe was given. This would actually be about a 2-gallon punch bowl. 2 gallons of mead takes a great deal of honey to make.
Yep. No, I'm just sampling it for what feels right, and I can taste the honey cooking off.
So as you put it into this cask, you can no longer touch it.
25 is 36, but I'm looking for what specialty crafting does. Jordan's looking that up real quick.
Okay.
Trying to find it. It's a skill feat.
And then add 36 to whatever that is because of the cask. It's a cask of artisan fermenting. You put your ingredients in.
So add 36 to what?
To whatever your result is after all of your bonuses. It will always come out at an artisan level brew.
Skill crafting.
A 10-year-old can throw elderberries in there and they'll get good wine.
Yep. I am.
It happens
Each
to
of
be a
these numbers
skill
is
feat.
where I sample it again. I have not presented mine yet.
And keep in mind, you can get plenty of these ingredients. They are everywhere. And now it's just a race to see who gets the right ratio first.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody's pretty openly having to retest and retry. As he sips it, he looks at you all and he says, "It's a bit dry. I'd like it sweeter still."
I rolled a 33 on my crafting.
And he smiles. "This is quite lovely. You brewed it better still. But I'd like it sweeter. Put some weight to it, me girls."
So
I didn't get a yes or a no.
With
I
the,
remember.
with the
No, you
this
didn't.
time, with the bottle that I
Until
have,
he
because
tastes
used
it,
the
I
bottle
don't
that
give you a
had
yes
last
or a
time
no.
of the-
There's no first time win unless you get the right number, because the right number is floating amongst you. I actually wrote the number down.
I know the number. Trust me, we're working together. We think we got it.
I'm all by myself. That's okay. I like it that way.
You're a nomad.
Yeah,
And then,
going.
so this is what we have, and since we have 3 decanters, we're gonna give them 3 decanters and 3 because we both finished our plates, didn't we? And got the magic.
Hang on, I'm not gonna do the decanters. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
As he passes over those 3 decanters, I want to use. You may need to look this up.
I'm looking at it. I'm working. There we go.
It lets you, okay.
So
roll a perception check.
Okay.
Difficulty on this, because of the way it's a decoction and everything, and you're doing this from a distance, I'm going to say it's a solid 40.
Okay, this is our recipe. We worked on it together, so we made enough to make a batch for each of us to present to him.
So you're going to brew 2 separate batches.
Kind of, or we can brew
I
one
was gonna
sep-
brew 1 batch.
and just present it together.
Yeah, present it together.
Okay.
49. Wait. No, 46.
Yes, you do manage to figure out what ingredients you see them throwing in because you're all now in the basement. You have to be to put the cask
I wanted to
in.
perceive specifically the amount.
Yes, and give me your paper so I can answer because not everybody has the right number yet.
Correct. For what?
For
Don't.
For the honey?
For something.
Weight in general.
Yeah, you just gotta wait.
I mean, it's kind of simple to figure out.
Well, there's two things it could be the weight of.
Yeah. That's not it.
And is this using the recipe you gave me on top of the weights that I...
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so what you actually see is the following.
That's not it. That's not it. God damn it. Ouch. One of the pieces of paper that I had earlier had the specifics on it, but I don't know where that piece of paper went to.
Oh no, maybe it's the DM's piece. You might want to ask.
No, it was a small piece of paper. It had specifics. Unless it's the one that says Bruce Fang at the top, that might have specifics on it, but I don't remember.
Was this it?
Okay, that's the.
No, that's not it.
Oh.
Fuck a dog. Think about is that it?
Alright, I'm gonna take him and
No.
present him my mead with the full amount.
No. Damn you, Bruce, and your notes.
She's presenting?
Son of a beach ball.
Okay. Whose plate?
Will be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to present.
Yeah, that is, but I was trying to
What number
figure
you
out.
I'm still going with.
Well, the thing is.
Oh,
that
now sweeter
is
this
all one
chalice
thing.
be. But come on, me love. Make it sweeter for me.
Take it back down.
At
Well,
this
that's what I'm
point,
saying. The clues between me and the GM at one point actually had the exact amount of one of those.
So the paper we've been looking for got lost by Pudgy. I see how it is.
I remember now what it was.
Good, write it down so we
Alright.
can win this shit.
I correct for what I think. But I don't want to go too high, and I bring it back.
okay. We're still going to have to go in order of operations. Where are you all in your process?
We are brewing our second batch.
And gentlemen, where are you in yours?
We're in the process of brewing our second batch.
And you?
I'm on my third.
You're on your third batch,
Should we roll a
and you
pass?
just finished your second, and everybody's brewing at about the same rate, so you're just getting back down there as they're finishing their
Do we
second.
want to
That's our
roll a
second batch.
specialty crafting thing together or something? Or?
It will not matter. Whatever comes out of this cask is always at the highest of grade. That's why.
Okay.
That's our second batch. That's what we believe our second batch is. Come on. Let's win this.
Alright, that'd be awesome.
I believe in you.
Yeah, in your chalice.
Oh, I need to make a bit of a change to your recipe because of what you used for a skill. I'm just going to be perfectly honest and tell you that you can tell them the honest truth because they were not trying to conceal what they were doing at this point. She used glean contents quietly and asked me, and I gave her a difficulty of 40 to succeed on figuring out because of how complex this is. And she barely scraped it, but it got you.
She used what?
So...
Well, hang on. You said they used what? Clean contents?
Yeah, and I gotta now cop to something. After I used it, Jordan was looking it up for me, but it doesn't do what I thought it did.
What does it do?
It gleans the contents of handwritten pieces of paper.
Okay, in retrospect then on that, I will let you make the equivalent. What do you have for... We could call that occultism. I will let you make an occultism check to succeed in figuring out what they put in their decoction because it would technically be a potion at this point.
Okay. Okay.
Liquor is a potion. Try me.
No, totally. Okay, so...
Is that both of us or just her?
It's just... Oh, yeah, is that both of us? Is this a...
If you're actually communicating it, yeah. If you're openly communicating, I will let you guys do whatever you can to
quietly communicating, just to be clear.
Okay, much different. Go ahead and roll stealth while you're doing this.
Ooh.
It's not guaranteed.
You thought I was going to start being nice? I'm going to pit you all against each other. I'm going to make it so that you all have all the possibilities in your favor. I'm liking this level playing field.
So...
And the clock strikes 3.
30 for stealth and occultism. You said it was.
Yep.
Was a 26 for me.
38 occultism and...
Yours would be knowledge or lore arcana.
Lore arcana?
Unless you have skills in brewing.
Occultism is, for me, is 38. And stealth was going to be 33.
Then it's a 30 for both rolls. If we go into arcana. Knowledge
38
arcana.
and 33.
38 and 33. Okay. You can try this.
Beats the hell out of me. I didn't even get a chance to write down half my spells. Like, I wrote them down, but I have not even half their meanings or...
Let me know.
I mean, you're welcome to look.
Continues
That's the
to
front of this
start
page and then on the back.
with the. Where did it go? Where did I put it? There it is.
But let's try it. Yeah, let us know when we're done brewing this. Or
It takes about 45 minutes every time that you brew one, and you hear the clock for 4 a.m. strike.
Oh, fuck. We present ours, hopefully before 4 a.m.
You all finish roughly about the same with your current recipes.
Okay, well, I started this batch before 3 a.m.
That's not gonna
I
work.
I know, like...
You all would be presenting right around 4.
Okay.
Says you better get it right. I see chalices for you. I see chalices through and through. Now this is a lot to drink. I hope it was gotten right by at least one of you. And he starts with them because you all had to glean the content or to figure out what they had put in theirs first in order to do so. While you were brewing, who of the two of you is, since both of you have a chalice, which one of you goes first up to the front?
I thought we were presenting one chalice together.
Oh, we can do that.
Okay, whose cup? Whose plate was cleared?
Mine.
Yeah, his.
Okay.
Can I cast I have a spell called That's Not Natural, which basically like allows the GM to give me an idea of information as to like if hang on, let me pull it up again.
It basically allows for you to identify whether something is natural or not natural.
Yeah, it's a rare feat spell. Item is likely available to the players. GM decides as to what that item is. So you could give me information, or you could provide me with actual item.
Well, there's no actual item. I've provided you with absolutely every magical item needed to accomplish this task already.
Alright, so can I get the information as far as like what exact ingredients I'm missing? Or weight of said ingredients I'm missing?
Sure.
If I'm missing any?
Go ahead and roll a crafting check for me.
Okay.
You want me to do the same?
Nope.
No?
Crafting
He's
check?
doing off of a skill.
Crafting.
You can't assist him on this. He's doing this on the side to himself.
Yeah, I'm doing it to myself.
He can do this silently without anybody knowing.
Alright.
Watch out when you sit down, Jordan.
There's Malkin.
Hi, Malkin. Can
Just go to sit on her. She'll move.
my seat? My seat.
She doesn't even gripe that much about being moved anymore. It's great. Okay, so as you present your chalice,
I got a 47.
you're 99.9999% sure you nailed it.
Okay.
And as he sips it, he smiles. He looks at you. And he goes, "What fine cup is this? Now this do taste grand. But I'll try each of your cups before I give the final command." And he sits it down and smiles. "So which of ye's next with your offering to me?"
Go ahead, ladies.
I go again and presenting him the chalice and say, "I hope this is more to your liking, my liege."
As he does. "I know that's sweet. And the luck, I can taste it too. Not flowery as the last one, but this also could do."
More fine schwill, my lord.
Hi, it's all fine schwill, as long as I drink. And look at you, all of you. 3 gallons, I think. I cannot complain. He picks up the chalice and he drinks of it, and you realize that this chalice is big enough to hold a gallon of liquid, and this is a man that is roughly about 3 foot tall. So it's like watching somebody pick up a pony keg and drink from it, basically.
Nice.
Right? Like, and he just smiles. "Ah, I see you found sweetness somewhere in that heart. Now, your blatance and camaraderie. They did not set you apart. You've handed me the same as the last that I've sipped. But by allowing them first, your hat may have been tipped. So, I actually need all of those little notes just so that we can double check me, because everybody has their final answer. And one of them is correct.
You want just the final answer?
Nope.
Or all of them?
I want all of your hints.
Yep, all the clues.
So here's the final answer that you wrote, just the hints?
Just the hints.
That's our final answer that you wrote. You want
Okay.
just the hints.
There you go.
Like, you mean every single note of, like, me sending the butler down, or me sending...
These ones are good. I just need your
Your hint,
initial.
your
So
clue.
that would be the
Okay.
one that I wrote at the very beginning.
But this isn't my original hint.
My original... This one was your original, wasn't it?
No, that was a copy of my original. I already gave John my original.
Okay, so this is a copy of the one that you
Yeah, it's a
gave me?
duplicate, yeah.
I think this is
And this is a duplicate that Jordan gave me.
And the one I gave you was
I
a
think
modified
that's his
duplicate. It
original
wasn't
hint.
the whole truth, but it was more
No,
than the
this
whole
is
truth.
It was a partial.
Oh, yeah.
a recipe copy.
Oh, I can't find my original hint. Okay,
If you write in your book, you usually keep
Can I
it
see
in
the
One,
your...
original?
two,
I did already.
3.
It's not in here.
Which one
Right.
was it? For her original?
Mine was the one that revealed that the plates had to be emptied before they would turn into chalices.
Oh.
Okay. That one is a given. That's not the one I need, so that's okay.
Okay.
And on the sheet of paper that says Bruce Fang on it, it's somewhere over by you. It shows, or no, you actually told me over by the sink with the actual amount that I needed for the rose do.
No, I told you how much you got.
Oh yeah, yeah, you told me how much I got.
So, here's the interesting thing. Now, this is the one place where your individual crafting checks are what's down to deciding it. Because in the actual clues, I never gave a amount on either the yeast or the rose dew. One of you has a discerningly different amount of rose dew than the others.
So we all roll
We roll it out.
Which means that I need you to each roll a crafting check, and you can take the average between the two of you. In your case, it's a flat roll.
Mm-hmm.
Does
That's
not
why I just-
does not auto succeed in this case, but you do get to add it to your crafting check.
Okay, do I get the plus 36 that you offered earlier for
No.
the
I'm gonna
cast?
roll my bone one. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
So a total of 40.
I'm gonna roll my 1080 die.
Okay, so that's the number you hold then.
So just a crafting check and then we average the two together?
Yes. This may work out in your benefit. Bell curves are a
Oh!
thing.
Nat 20.
Just add it to your crafting. I am not allowing for insta success on this.
And you're not the only one.
Yeah, they already had a natural 20. I will keep the same across the board for all my players to make this work as we navigate the end of this puzzle.
This was a fantastic puzzle, and I loved every minute of
I need that
it.
specialty crafting thing pulled up again.
It gives you a +4 bonus to your.
Oh, it gives me a +4?
Yes, it gives you a +4 bonus on top of your crafting check that is in addition to in stacks.
Alright, so there's mine. Plus your nat 20.
That was with my nat 20.
Okay.
I got a 40 on my crafting.
So-
And then what did you get? Hang on, sorry, I forgot about averaging.
This is what?
I got a 39.
Okay, hang on.
So are we doing like the adding them together and then
Yeah,
dividing by 2
that's
average?
what we were talking
Yes.
to each other.
Like a literal median average.
I got a 39 and she got a 40.
And I'm doing the math to get it right. Hang on.
39.5.
Divided by 2? Oh, the media. Ha ha ha. I'm an idiot.
So let me do that math real quick.
Okay.
That's easy. Yeah.
So between the two of us, we got an average of 47.
With his nat 20.
With my nat 20.
Okay.
Oh wait, added the numbers up and divided them by 2 was finding the mean average.
That's what we did. We got.
Okay,
I had
but we did not, because that's what I was
Right.
trying to do, and then Liz was like, "No, it's only 39 and a half." I was like, "Wait, that doesn't
No,
sound
because
right."
yeah, we added ours
Okay.
together. He got a 49, I got a 45, which gave us a 90.
94.
94, and then we divided by 2, which
Okay.
gave us a
What's
47.
79 divided by 2.
79 divided by 2 would be 34 and a half.
Good job, boys. Good job. Because even with an
Actually, it's a little bit more notorious than that, because as each of yours pours out, each turns these two.
Which two?
Your cup and your cup turn, the chalice itself turns from green to moonlight blue.
Okay.
Yours stays green. Because there was a bit of unwitting trickery involved in both of your cups being filled.
Their cup had trickery as well. They used brewery, didn't they?
No. Your cup is the one that got filled with the work of 2 people.
Oh.
Your cup is the one that got filled with the work of 2 people. Now, as this happens, the king smiles. Come on, come all. Laugh and do cheer. I've got a good one waiting right here. Now, we've got a couple hours left until break of dawn, at which point I'll tell you, you must all move along. But the belle of our ball, the beauty divine, the winner of the night, dear Mr. Fang, the honor is thine. Now, here's the interesting part. The party will continue for 2 more hours. It is 100% up to you as to whether or not you can convince or want to try and convince Mr. Fang to part with his clown.
I go up to him.
Because you are now the belle of, as a bat, are the belle of the Leprechaun's ball this year.
I go up to him and congratulate him.
And can add that to your list of titles. You are now also known as the belle of the ball.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that was deserving because he did a lot of the work in our group,
Yeah,
so I was gonna let him win it anyways if it came down to it.
What we messed up.
I go up to him and congratulate him.
I too. I simply
he
congratulate
and I
him.
had he and I know
It
each
came
other.
down to the higher crafting school, honestly. If you'd have rolled higher, you'd got it.
Yeah.
Because both of you, technically, I never gave a weight on the rose water. And he put 3 and you put 1. So it had to be a question of who crafted theirs best at that point, based off of their own indication, because that part was left up in the air for you to decide on your own.
Yeah.
And in order to be completely nonpartisan as a GM on that, I had to completely let you compare your own crafting averaged rolls.
Yep.
And honestly, they beat you at a 42. Theirs had no trickery in it, though, because leprechauns thrive on tricks, jokes, little pranks, bits of deception.
Mine
And
did too have trickery in it.
what trickery?
I outright duped him for his clue. Like, outright, blatantly.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, but which is the bigger trick?
It still had trickery in it.
Outright got her to fill her cup and him to fill his cup. Whether they did it on purpose or not, that is respectable. So does anybody want to try and talk Mr. Bruce Fang out of his tiara.
I think he'd earned it.
Yeah,
I think he
I
earned
agree
it.
that he earned it completely.
Well, my dear Bruce Fang, I think I would gladly give you the rest of the meat in my carriage for that crown. To take with you wherever you like.
I declined, but thank you for your offer.
Honestly,
at this point, I'm remembering that I was previously duped.
It's like, no.
Actually, my true response to that statement is, I'm Batman!
In a crown.
I can totally see Batman in the cowl with a little freaking gold crown, just like, oh, Batman.
Yes, but think more like a certain character that was played by the late great Robin Williams that I can't actually mention because it's can't mention character names because those are technically copyrighted. But anybody who grew up in the 90s knows that if you became an eco warrior, you are aware of the movie that I'm talking about.
There's a hint!
With that, I think we are ready to
call it a night.
Call it a night.
Hope you guys had fun.
Yes, you're ready.
Sorry, not sorry we ran late tonight. But here is to the belle of the Leprechauns ball this year.
Actually, while we are on camera, I'm actually, originally I was thinking about giving this to Jordan because their birthday was, in fact, St. Patrick's Day. But at one point, Chris had mentioned that his niece actually is a fan of By the Dice, or, you know, a fan of the work that he does with By the Dice. So, as part of that, I'm actually going to gift this to Chris to give to his niece.
Oh, thank you.
That's worth you losing out the
We love our fans.
Yeah. And thanks, everybody. We had an awesome night. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share the video. Let your friends know about us. We are here every Sunday at 4 Pacific.
That's
7
what we're aiming
Eastern.
for, yes. Sometimes we're 4:30 or a little bit later, but that's just because
We try
life
to get
happens.
the podcast at least created by 4 o'clock. So
We
people
appreciate
know.
your patience with our very long bio breaks. We love you guys so
And
much.
live long and prosper.
Live long and prosper.
And have a great night.